Good morning. Sorry for that little late start. With that, we'll turn it over to the secretary to take the roll call.
Senator Cannizzaro, Senator Goicoechea,
Present.
Senator Harris, Senator Neal,
Here.
Senator Nguyen,
Here.
Senator Severs-Gansert,
Here.
Senator Titus, Vice Chair Dondero Loop,
Here.
Assemblywoman Anderson,
Present.
Assemblywoman Backus,
Present.
Assemblywoman Brown May,
Here.
Assemblywoman Dickman,
Here.
Assemblywoman Gorlow,
Here.
Assemblyman Hafen,
Here.
Assemblywoman Howdigi,
Here.
Assemblywoman Kasama, Assemblywoman Mosca,
Here.
Assemblyman O'Neill,
Here.
Assemblywoman Peters,
Here.
Assemblyman Watts,
Here.
Assemblyman Yeager,
Here.
Chairman Roe Moreno.
Thank you. Please mark Chair Monroe Moreno absent excused. And with that, we'll open the agenda for public comment. Because of time considerations today, we would ask that each person offering testimony during the period of public comment will be limited to no more than 2 minutes. For those that are watching online, we are also taking public comment via telephone. So you can call in at 669-900-6833. The meeting ID number to enter is 820-5250-4671, followed by the pound sign. And when prompted to enter your participant ID, also hit the pound sign. Just listen to any other prompts to give public comment via telephone. With that, we'll go ahead and start with public comment down here in Las Vegas. I'll start over to the right. Please feel free to start when you're ready.
Good morning, Andrew Woods, 89109. To the chair and to the committee. For the record, my name is Andrew Woods. I am the director of the Center for Business and Economic Research at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I'm here in support of agenda item T1, the request for financial support of Nevada's Regional Technology and Innovation Hub Phase 2 application for the Economic Development Administration Tech Hubs competition. CBER is a fellow academic consortium partner under this application. We've been asked to study labor market outcomes and supply chain resiliencies as they are related to the application on electric battery in manufacturing in the lithium loop. We at CBER believe the lessons learned and how we engage, upskill, and support workers in the clean energy transition is important for the entire state. What we learn in supply chains will not only help us bring new industries to all parts of the state, but also help with national security. Lastly, we believe the need is great to diversify our economy so that our workers, our businesses, public dollars, and government programs are better able to withstand the ups and downs of macro U.S. economic conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and the honorable members of the Interim Finance Committee. I am Brian Lee, and I am the Executive Director of the Nevada State Education Association. I ask this committee to use its discretion granted by SB 231 to remand the funding plan for the Lyon County School District to allow for negotiations over a mid-contract change in compensation that was unilaterally implemented by the school board without negotiations. As detailed in NSEA's letter, NRS 288 requires bargaining over all mandatory subjects of bargaining, including compensation. If there are changes to compensation during the term of an agreement, there remains an obligation to meet and confer regarding the change. This is the heart of collective bargaining. As was made clear at the December IFC meeting, the method of distribution in SB 231 was not negotiated, but was instead imposed by the school board upon the members without notice to the union. This is clearly violative of NRS 288. As established at the December meeting, the committee refused to approve a plan for SB 231 funds for Lander County based partially on the fact that negotiations over 231 were not fully complete. This committee's past actions display a respect for the bargaining process and a tacit requirement for such bargaining. When the district comes to the table, you will hear much about a zipper clause that negotiations are closed. This is an error. As stated in a leading treatise on labor law, quote, a generally worded zipper clause does not operate to terminate the union's ability to bargain in response to mid-contract changes. Since to constitute a waiver, the right must be clear and unmistakable in the contract language and must be specific to the matter present. As established at the December IFC meeting, no such unmistakable waiver referring to the method of distributing SB 231 funds exists. Negotiations on this point are available to the parties. Rather than simply negotiating with the duly elected representatives of the teachers over at 231 funds, Lyon County School District has engaged in unfair labor practices, refusing to bargain, bypassing the exclusive bargaining representatives, and having members of management send their subordinates emails asking them to contact this committee and to report back when they have done so. It is also uncontroverted that the Superintendent Workman sent a memo to all employees attacking this committee, stating that partisanship and not policy making was at the heart of your decision in December. A copy of this memo has been supplied to the committee. I ask that this committee reaffirm its commitment to collective bargaining as contained in
Thank you so
NRS
much.
288 and
You can wrap up.
remand the plan back to Lyon County. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mills.
Madam Chair, members of the Interim Finance Committee, my name is Jason Mills. I'm the president of the Nevada Justice Association. I'm here on their behalf. The item number that we are here in support of today is item number M32. It is the Division of Industrial Relations request for additional funding for additional staffing regarding the implementation of Senate Bill 274 from last session. The organization is in support of this. We would like to indicate that Administrator Carry-On has done a fantastic job in working with the members in the community, as well as the NJA in the adoption of regulations, and it is clear to us that additional staffing is necessary per their request. We ask for your support in the Interim Finance Committee for this additional funding under item number M32. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee.
We'll go ahead to Carson City. Is there anyone up in Carson City wishing to give public comment this morning?
Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance, the independent statewide association of professional employees at the NSHE's colleges and universities. Good morning. First, I would like to endorse the written comments from Doug Unger on funding of safety improvements in the wake of the tragic events at UNLV on December 6th. NFA also endorses AFL-CIO's letter in support of Lyon County education workers. Districts must be held accountable for following SB 231 and collective bargaining laws. AB 522 from the 2023 session provided historic cost of living increases for state employees, which we greatly appreciate. But it only funded the general funded portion for NSHE faculty and staff. 35% of the cost has to come from other revenue, namely student fees and tuition. The Regent stepped up to mandate the full 12% COLAs on July 1, 2023, but that left us with shortfalls for the 11% COLAs in fiscal year 2025. In December, the Regents made difficult decisions to delay the COLAs for faculty until October 2024 and to implement a 5% increase in student registration fees and tuition. Those actions were necessary for all of the colleges and universities to balance budgets, but the institutions still have varying budget shortfalls that are being met through other cuts that ultimately harm students and their ability to graduate on schedule. The AB 493 Committee on Higher Education Funding is meeting now. We must find a way to fairly and fully fund our colleges and universities. The next legislature will be an important part of that process, especially if question 1 is approved by voters. We recommend that you form permanent committees or subcommittees on higher education to provide the higher level of engagement that will be required. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alex Pike, and I will be speaking on behalf of Maurice Page, the Executive Director of the Nevada Housing Coalition. On behalf of the Nevada Housing Coalition, I would like to express my support of the Gwynn Center and their request for $150,000 of ARPA funds to study affordable housing in Nevada. The Nevada Housing Coalition is a statewide, member-based nonprofit working to promote and advance affordable housing for all Nevadans through education, advocacy, and collaboration. The Nevada Housing Coalition is the go-to resource across Nevada for affordable housing, education, and information, including our annual housing conference drawing over 300 attendees from across Nevada and the country. We partner with the Gwynn Center during the pandemic for an in-depth study on the impact of the recession, the economy, and housing in Nevada. The Gwynn Center is known for their independent research, best practices, and data-driven solutions. Their study resulted in a report released in 2020 that provided a look at historical data from Nevada, including median household income, percentage of Nevadans in poverty, median gross rent, rent burden, unemployment, and eviction rates. The report also gave a snapshot of how the COVID-19 shutdowns impacted workers in food service, retail, gaming, and accommodations. The report was an important and informational resource that we shared with our affordable housing stakeholders. As you may already know, Nevada is ranked as the worst state in the country for available and affordable rental housing for extremely low-income households. According to the 2023 GAP report by the National Low-Income Housing Coalition, Nevada has just 17 homes for every 100 extremely low-income households seeking rentals. The state is also short almost 84,000 rental homes for extremely low-income renters, and having a safe and affordable home is directly related to health, educational outcomes, safety, and economic prosperity. To end Nevada's affordable housing crisis, we must work together to identify barriers to affordable housing and create evidence-based, actionable policies. This is specifically what the Gwynn Center study will discover, and we urge you to consider this request.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Caleb Cage. I am representing the Nevada Battery Coalition. The Nevada Battery Coalition is a statewide trade association composed of companies along the lithium supply chain. Our mission is to inform both public and private sector partners regarding the economic, environmental, and national security benefits associated with the battery supply chain in order to strengthen Nevada's position as a leading battery center in North America. The Nevada Battery Coalition supports the transfer of funding to provide a subaward to the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada, or EDAWN. Approval of this work program will enhance economic vitality and strengthen workforce development while investing in technology and infrastructure and accelerating the growth in the electric vehicle, battery, and lithium economies. This funding will provide critical support for the state's effort to attain status as a federal tech hub and receive the associated benefits in terms of grants and building out this industry in our state. Thank you for your time.
Rob Benner, Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Northern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council, representing 6,000 members and 13 affiliates, and I will add about 600 to 700 apprentices that are on their way to middle-class jobs. We are here in support of item T1. We have been working very closely with the Tech Hub Coalition. We are in full support. Tech Hub has been working very closely with labor on this issue. We feel that the jobs that are going to be created are going to be transformational for so many people. We're looking at adding, under this proposal, we're looking at adding under 50 to 75,000 residents, people, and these jobs are going to be high wage, high paying. Even the permanent jobs, we're looking at advanced manufacturing, distribution, jobs that are paying, higher wages on top of the building trades jobs that pay very, very well. So we are here in support. Please help us out here. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Lorraine Delatorre. I'm speaking on item D5 this morning. I'm asking the committee to deny the request by the Lyon County School District for funds related to SB 231. Simply put, LCEA has never been informed of the district's plan, and we have never been offered the opportunity to bargain over the distribution of these funds. This issue dates back to October 23rd, when the Lyon County School District unilaterally took action on SB 231 funds without negotiating with the union. Shortly thereafter, this item appeared before you on the December 23 agenda, and the committee took no action on the proposed plan because the district plan was not negotiated with the union. After testimony and questions, it was clear from the district's testimony that they did not meet their obligation to negotiate SB 231 plan with LCEA, who again is the bargaining representative of the teachers and other licensed professionals in Lyon County. On December 28, 2023, LCEA sent a letter to the district requesting to bargain over the method of distribution of SB 231s. The district has denied this request. They have not complied with the explicit language of NRS 288, nor have they complied with the December request of this committee to negotiate a plan for the distribution with the distribution of funds with the union. The school district sent out an email to all staff members shifting blame for teachers not getting these raises onto not only Lyon County union members, but members of this committee. Instead of bargaining, they have chosen to misrepresent their failure to bargain with LCEA. I have submitted the letter for the record, but in short it states, unfortunately, the majority of the IFC members chose to postpone the award of the money to the qualifying Lyon County School District staff members, claiming that they needed additional information, even though all the required documentation was submitted. Disappointingly, certain members of the IFC chose to take a non-partisan issue and make it political with the vote adhering strictly to party lines. The district fails to realize the additional information needed is proof of an agreement and the actual agreement.
Ma'am, can you wrap it up?
Thank you. I just want to thank the committee for their time on this matter, and I appreciate all the effort that they put in the SB 231. It is unprecedented and greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Next, we will go to the phone lines, BPS. Is there anyone on the phone lines wishing to give public testimony this morning?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide public comment, please press star 9 or raise hand in your Zoom window to take your place in the queue.
Hi, this is Bethany Kahn representing the Culinary Union, which stands in solidarity with the NSBA and the Lyon County Education Association in urging this committee to reject the Lyon County School District's proposed SB 231 plan. Nevada's teachers have a right to bargain over their wages, and that right should be respected. Our kids and our communities are better off when teachers are treated with the respect they deserve. And so that's why the Culinary Union is urging this committee today to stand in solidarity with Nevada's teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Cody Hoskins. I'm the political director for SEIU Local 1107. We also stand with NSEA and the LSEA. As a fellow union and union with over 10,000 public sector employees, we understand how important collective bargaining is. We must protect and also enforce it. We ask that Lyon County School District meet with the teachers union and collectively bargain before approving a budget to disperse SB 231 funds. Thank you.
Chair, members of the committee, this is Jonathan Norman with the Nevada Coalition of Legal Service Providers. I'm just here to comment on agenda item Q. It's a request for transfer from the Interim Finance Committee to foreclosure mediation. The foreclosure mediation program came about at a time when 1 out of every 10 homes in Nevada was embroiled in a foreclosure action. It provides 2 key benefits. 1, it empowers Nevadans at risk of foreclosure the ability to negotiate effectively with their lenders. And 2, it serves as a essential counterweight to Nevada's rapid non-judicial foreclosure process, which is the most prevalent form of foreclosure in Nevada. Before a foreclosure sale can proceed, the foreclosure mediation program mandates that mortgage lenders must demonstrate their authority to foreclose by presenting the necessary documentation during mediation. All too often, lenders have failed to meet this burden, and their illegal attempts to foreclose have been stopped due to the safeguards imposed by foreclosure mediation program. The Nevada Foreclosure Mediation Program plays a crucial role in preserving home ownership and ensuring fair and transparent foreclosure processes. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us that, we always have to be, stable times don't last. And although foreclosures are down now, we can anticipate that an economic downturn would send foreclosures up again. And if by supporting this program, we're really laying the groundwork to be ready for when we have an economic downturn and Nevadans face foreclosures.
It's gonna smoke right here.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the Interim Committee. This is Dora Martinez representing the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. I'm here in support of the person that talked about the Gwen Center and affordable housing. I also just want to let you know, in case you're all not aware, I saw some agenda item regarding the Nevada Education Department, and I'm so sorry, it wasn't really accessible to me, so I couldn't read the agenda item thoroughly. But I'm blind, as for you all may know, and some of the students' parents some of their kids are taking dual classes in the higher education, and they were coming to me asking if there are funding to support those students who are taking dual credit classes. Like a kid could go to Reno High or McQueen High School Junior, and they are taking English 101 or 102, and we were wondering if there are some funding for that. And I tried to look for that in the last year session, but I couldn't find, so I'll call later. But I want to thank you, Madam Chair. You are embodied of a universal design. I was looking for the number to call, and you announced it, so God bless you, and thank you, and do good work, and have a good chocolate this week. Happy Valentine's Day. Take care.
Chair, there are no other callers choosing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you so much. We'll go ahead. Before we move on to Agenda C, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Leiser to go over the items that we're recommending to be pulled from the list L, M, S, and T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brody Leiser, Chief Deputy Principal Fiscal Analyst for the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Counsel Bureau. Before I start in on the list, I do want to mention for the committee and members that are attending the meeting, item I on the agenda, the request for a contingency account allocation for expanding the Leaderverse was requested to be withdrawn, so that will not be heard today. Again, item I has been withdrawn. Under list L, which is the approval of work program revisions for the expenditure of American Rescue Plan Act coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds, item L1, which is the only item on that list, will be heard, and item L1 will be heard with agenda item P4. List M, which is the work program revision requests not involving coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. On the first page of List M, item M3 for the Office of the Governor, State Energy Office, has been requested to have additional discussion. Item M4, also for the Office of the Governor, State Energy Office, has been requested to have additional discussion. There's nothing on page 2 that has been requested. On page 3, item M13 has been requested to have additional discussion. This is for the Department of Education Data Systems Management. Nothing on page 4 or 5 has been identified. On page 6, item M33 for the Department of Business and Industry, the Taxi Cab Authority. That item has been identified for additional discussion. On page 7, item M40 for the Department of Health and Human Services, Healthcare Financing and Policy, has been identified for additional discussion, and M40 will be heard with items M42, M43, and M44, which all three of those are on page 8. Those will be heard together, as well as informational item S7B. So once again, items M40, 42, 43, and 44 will be heard together with informational item S7B, as in boy. There's nothing identified on pages 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13. On page 14, item 75 for the Department of Public Safety, Office of Traffic Safety, has been requested to have additional discussion. Nothing on page 15. On page 16, item M84 for the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, Division of Environmental Protection, has been requested to have additional discussion. On page 17, item 91 for the Office of Military, Division of Emergency Management, has been requested to have additional discussion. Under the reclassifications on page 18, all of the position reclassifications for the Department of Health and Human Services, Aging and Disability Services Division have been requested to have additional discussion. And all of the position reclassifications for the Department of Health and Human Services Division of Welfare and Supportive Services have been requested to have additional discussion. And those began on page 18 and roll over to page 19. Moving on to the informational item lists, list S. Item S1A, the quarterly report on the Core NV Enterprise Resource Planning Project, has been requested to have additional discussion. Item S4 for the Department of Education, the report on the funds for special education, has been identified to have additional discussion. On page 2 of list S, item 7B has been requested to have additional discussion, and again, this will be heard with items M40, 42, 43, and 44. And then at the bottom of page 2 on this list, item 10A for the Department of Transportation, the report on the Brightline West high-speed rail project has been requested for additional discussion, and the chair will hear this item out of order on the agenda, and this item will be heard sometime around or after 10 o'clock. Each of the items on list T, all 5 of these items, have been requested for additional discussion. And these are work programs relating to coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds that were submitted by the governor as expeditious action items. So each of those 5 items on list T will be pulled for additional discussion. And on that list, items 2 and 3 will be heard together, and items 4 and 5 will be heard together. And Madam Chair, that is everything that I have on my list identified that has been requested to have additional discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leiser. With that, it appears that we have one action item at this time looking at list M, other than those pulled, which we've pulled M3, 4, 13, 33, 40, 42, 43, 44, 75, 84, 91, and the 2 reclassifications for Department of Health and Human Services, Division of Aging, and Division of Welfare and Supportive Services. At this time, if I could have a motion to approve all other items that were not pulled.
So moved.
Thank you so much. I have a first from Senator Don Darrow Loop and a second from Assemblyman Watts. Do we have any discussion on the motion? With that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Thank you. Those opposed say nay. The motion carries. Thank you. We'll give everyone a moment. For those that have not been held back on the listed items can go ahead and take this moment to leave. At this time, we have the folks who are going to present on informational item S10A. When you get to the front and get yourself set up, feel free to begin when you are ready.
Good morning. First, I'd like to say, first of all, thank you for taking us out of order. We were really trying to juggle different meetings on this one, so we appreciate it very much. Also, I am Tracy Larkin-Thomason. I am the Director for the Nevada Department of Transportation. I want to thank everyone here for supporting transportation in Nevada. It is appreciated. I mean, obviously, I have a bias towards it, but I do believe it's a fundamental supporting ingredient for everything else we do here. This announcement of the $3 billion grant in December of 2023 is a historic event for our department and for our state. It does not only mark a serious investment in passenger rail for Nevada, but also for the nation. In early conversations with the Federal Rail Administration and the White House, we did push that if their administration was serious about the expansion of passenger rail in the U.S., it was necessary to start supporting rail projects moving off the coast and into the interior. And we are pleased to say that they agreed with us and pleased to say that we are going to be the first one to actually have a high-speed rail in the country. So we're truly excited, again, not only for this project, but for the conversation is spurring on other passenger rail efforts. There's already been discussions with the Utah Department of Transportation and also in Northern Nevada on how we can look to bring in even just more reliable passenger rail via Amtrak or BNSF and so on. And while these are far down the road, it takes steps like this to actually reach those and bring them to fruition. So we are continuing to work with Brightline West and the Federal Rail Administration on the project details. And our project team specifically is meeting with the Federal Rail Express Administration on a regular basis and to ensure that all their expectations are met, all the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed. And we do plan again to appear before the IFC again for work programs as needed. And a future work program will be noted in the presentation. Now I'd like to hand this over to Ryan Wheeler, NDOT's project manager for the Brightline project. And also on this side is Adrian, and oh my God, I forgot. Cher. I should have written that in bigger letters. Who is representing Brightline, so here to answer any questions, particularly on the project. I also have with me Felicia Denny, who is Nevada's Assistant Director of Administration, who can answer any questions regarding the fiscal part for NDOT. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Larkin Thomason. As she stated, my name is Ryan Wheeler. I'm a project manager for the Nevada Department of Transportation, and we are excited to be here to talk to you about an amazing project, an exciting project that will benefit the state of Nevada and the state of California, and it wouldn't be possible without Brightline West being at the table. So we appreciate Adrian Scher, Executive Vice President of Rail Infrastructure, being here with us, as NDOT and Brightline West have collaborated on this project for the last 5 years. In fact, I remember when Adrian first came to town in 2018 and we spoke, we said, hey, moving forward, let's always be transparent with each other and open with each other. And through the last 5 years, we've developed a relationship of integrity and respect and mutual trust. And they've been a great partner to work with as they move forward with this project. This is the agenda that we're going to go through. We're going to talk about the $3 billion FRA grant, project overview, the schedule, the roles and responsibilities, and then the financing. So as you probably saw in the news on December 5th, our POTUS was here. The President of the United States came to announce this $3 billion award to NDOT to support this project. And what an exciting time. And since that time, we've been moving at an accelerated pace, and Brightline West is well on their way to start construction sometime this year.
Introducing Brightline West, America's first true high-speed train that's ushering in a new era of modern travel. From the lights of Las Vegas to the beaches of Southern California, Brightline West will connect two of the world's most iconic destinations in just 2 hours by soaring at 200 miles per hour. Brightline zero-emission, all-electric trains will be the greenest form of transportation in the world and will be made right here in the USA with American labor. From beautiful stations with bright lounges and premium amenities to an exceptional onboard experience with all the extras, Brightline West will offer a convenient and comfortable way to work, relax, and play. Welcome to the ride reimagined. Welcome to Brightline West.
So maybe thanks for watching that video. I should have prefaced it a little bit. The Brightline West is the proposed project that we're here to talk about, but they also have existing operations in the state of Florida, and they operate a passenger rail service between Miami and Orlando. So they are a proven entity in Florida, and they're bringing all their expertise and what their lessons learned to this project as proposed between the state of Nevada and the state of California. So I'm going to go through a few slides here. The proposed alignment is between Las Vegas and Rancho Cucamonga. It is a 218-mile trip. It is proposed to be with all-electric trains, and it will be in a protected corridor within Interstate I-15. The trains will reach up to 186 miles per hour, being true high-speed rail, and that's also true high-speed rail and the first of its kind within the United States of America. They're planning on obtaining over 11 million one-way passengers per year. Currently, Interstate 15 handles about 50 million passengers per year, so they're looking to capture about 20% of that market. Also on this map to note that there is a planned connection to connect the proposed system to the California high-speed rail system, and that's shown in blue on the map. That is not yet constructed, but will be at a future time frame. And then as the station is proposed down in Rancho Cucamonga, it is a dual station where their trains will come into the station, but also with Metrolink that is already serving that station at Rancho Cucamonga. So as you depart the Brightline West train, you can get on Metrolink and it will take you down to Union Station within Los Angeles. So capturing that other mode of transportation, which allows people to move well within the Los Angeles Valley. So it's 218 miles. The trip, it's built primarily within the I-15 corridor and primarily within the median of northbound and southbound directions within the corridor. That's about 95% of it will be in the median of the corridor, except for the terminuses within Las Vegas and Rancho Cucamonga. I mentioned it'll be all-electric trains, reaching up speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, and the trip time about 2 hours and 10 minutes. And then this shows a better map of it being linked to the Metrolink commuter rail system to get you to Union Station within Los Angeles. The train sets that they're looking to purchase will be fully electric, powered trains capable of 200 plus miles per hour. They'll carry about 450 passengers per train, and the trains can be coupled to double that capacity. Their initial train set order will be 10 train sets, and those train sets are also interoperable with the California high-speed rail. A little bit more details here. Where they're planning primarily single track for the entire distance, with the caveat that there will be 4 passing sidings. And so trains will leave each station at an hour time frame. And along the way, as those trains move towards each other, they plan these passing sidings to allow the trains to continue to move to their projected destination, and they'll have those passing sidings that will allow those trains to pass each other, and then they'll get back on the single track and continue on to their destination. So this shows that there's going to be 180 miles of single track, and those passing sidings, there'll be 37.4 miles of those passing sidings. Here in the good state of Nevada, the train as it enters into the Nevada state line, it will be within the median of I-15 for about 27 miles. Right before we get to St. Rose Parkway, it will depart from the median and transfer to the east side of the I-15 right-of-way, and it will stay on the east side of the I-15 right-of-way from St. Rose Parkway to Blue Diamond, and their station, I'll show you an image of this shortly, but their station is proposed just north of Blue Diamond and south of Warm Springs, east of I-15 and west of Las Vegas Boulevard. And I'll show that to you in a picture coming up. Also notice on this slide the yellow polygon there. There's a proposed vehicle maintenance facility, and I'm going to go ahead and show that on the next slide. It's proposed in the west of Sloan, and this is where all of their operations will be at. That's also the location that they'll house the trains when they're not operating, and also how they maintain the track. So they will maintain the entire alignment from this vehicle maintenance facility. The trains will operate for about 19 hours of the day, 19 to 20 hours of the day, and the 4 hours that they're not operating is when the maintenance trains will go out and work on the maintenance of the tracks. The great thing about this is it helps boost Nevada's economy. It brings jobs, long-term jobs once operation begins at the vehicle maintenance facility. This is a rendering of the proposed station at Las Vegas. You can see I-15 there on the left side of the image. And this is within that area that I mentioned, just north of Blue Diamond, south of Warm Springs, and east of I-15 and west of Las Vegas Boulevard there. They have purchased, how many acres is it, Adrian, that you've purchased there?
110 acres.
They have 110 acres. It's not the full lot. It's like the middle lot that's there. The middle third, yeah. That's a rendering, and that's part of the design as they move forward to get that station going as well. It's a near shovel-ready project. It's projected to be a $12 billion project. They've already invested $600 million. We're aware of the $3 billion grant from FRA, and we're going to talk about financing in a later slide as well. They have all the right-of-way, they have all the permits, they have the environmental documents, and it's essentially shovel-ready. The groundbreaking should be later this year, and they anticipate completion prior to the 2028 Olympics, so about 4 years of construction. So I want to talk about roles and responsibilities between Brightline West and NDOT, just so that we understand what each organization's lanes are as we have been collaborating together for the last 4 to 5 years and as we move forward into construction. Brightline West, they are the developer of the project, so they are in charge of funding, designing, constructing, operating and maintaining the rail system. They will deliver the project within their budget, schedule, and compliance with all the Federal Railroad Administration requirements. They will be managing contract administration, claims management, and change management. They will be managing safety and workforce of the traveling public. They'll be communicating the project strategy goals, not just within Nevada, but within California. I mentioned they're responsible for the funding, additional funding if needed, and then they're managing a wide variety of stakeholders. As far as NDOT's role, we are a partner with them. This is not an NDOT project. We are not using state funds for this project. We partnered with them to apply for this grant, the Federal State Partnership Grant of $3 billion that was awarded to NDOT by the Federal Railroad Administration. So because we are the applicant of that grant, we will perform grant administration responsibilities. We essentially become a pass-through entity for those funds as they are obligated to this project for the completion of the project. So we will enter into grant agreement with the Federal Railroad Administration, and many of the terms and conditions that we enter into with the Federal Railroad Administration, we will pass on to Brightline West through a subrecipient agreement. We're currently underway on working on both of those agreements at this time. NDOT will continue to manage NDOT's right-of-way. We will do management of construction oversight of NDOT altered infrastructure. So Brightline West is proposing to alter our freeways a little bit and some of our interchanges, and so we will perform the construction management of that work. And then we'll also manage the agreements between Brightline West and NDOT. So this is our last slide, and then after that we'll open it up to questions. But this is kind of the financing slide. Our total project costs for Brightline West are $12 billion. To date, they have been awarded NDOT was awarded the $3 billion. There was a recent award from US DOT for private activity bonds to the amount of $2.5 billion. There's a $25 million grant that Brightline West was awarded through San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. And then in 2020, Brightline West was awarded private activity bonds of $1 billion. So far they've secured over half of the project cost, and they are currently and actively working on securing the remaining $5+ billion, and they're pursuing that through additional private activity bonds, construction debt, and equity. So we are here as NDOT requesting a new non-executive budget account for the $3 billion over approximately 5 years. This account is established solely for the pass-through of the $3 billion federal grant from FRA to NDOT, or from FRA to NDOT, and then on to Brightline West. All of NDOT's costs will come out of NDOT's executive budget and then be reimbursed by Brightline West. So just to add maybe a few things regarding that. So far to date, NDOT's staff time and consultant time has been reimbursed by Brightline West and will continue to do so. The non-executive budget account is really that as Brightline West incurs invoices for the project, they're going to request from FRA that a % of their invoices be reimbursed by that $3 billion. And so as they prepare their invoice, they'll provide it to NDOT, we'll review it, make sure it meets all the Federal Railroad Administration requirements, send it to FRA. FRA will review and approve, and then we'd like that money to come from them to this non-executive budget account to not mess with our other accounts, and then we would distribute that back to Brightline West. And we have Felicia Denny here to help answer any questions regarding that. And that's the last slide we have, so we just open it up for questions and appreciate your time for that lengthy presentation a little bit, but also very exciting time for the state of Nevada, and we appreciate Brightline West pursuing this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We do have a couple questions from our members. I'll start with Speaker Yeager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Certainly exciting. We've been talking about this project, seems like forever, and it's nice to see this is actually going to happen. My question revolves a little bit around the department's projections in terms of the administrative staff time that NDOT will be providing on this project. According to what we received, it looks like about 1 FTE per year over the course of 4.5 years. Looks like about 75% of that is grant administration, 25% is billing and budgeting. I understand that NDOT's being reimbursed for that time, but I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the impact of utilizing NDOT staff time to support the project and whether the department can essentially support that, because obviously, even though you're reimbursed, you're taking essentially a full-time position equivalent and working on the project.
Yeah, good question, and I appreciate the question. So sorry, you were going to say something? I'll just say that, yeah, first of all, this is the first high-speed rail project in the United States, right? And so making estimates on our workload and things like that are our best estimates without having experience of working on such a project, right? And across the United States, similar. So what we've done is we do have a team that has been assembled. That team has been in place really for 5 years. And NDOT is planning on bringing on what we call construction crew augmentation to help see with the construction management oversight, and then design reviews as Brightline West plans to alter NDOT's infrastructure. So we have estimated close to $30 million of staff time and consultant time, and all of that will be reimbursed by Brightline West. Do you want to add to that, Felicia, at all?
Felicia Denny for the record. All I would add is that time will be spread out amongst a variety of folks, and so it won't be borne by any one individual. And as Ryan mentioned, these are estimates. It could change. And so as we're learning every day, we're revising how best to do things in order to best administer this grant.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much. I have a couple questions. So I frequently drive by that area on my way to family members. And my question is about traffic.
because already that area is very much compacted on a Sunday or a Friday when people are coming and going out of town. And I understand the concept of them getting there and being able to go on a train rather than driving, but I'm just worried about that stretch of road because I can see where I'm going to have to find another way for somebody who's just local and not going to that area. So can you address that, please?
Sure thing. And maybe I can just ask a follow-up question. When you say that area, can you quantify what area you're referring to?
I'm talking about, say, coming off the 215, going down Las Vegas Boulevard, going south, down towards South Point, let's just say, where you have your signs right now.
Mm-hmm.
So that area right now is already many times backed up on a Friday with people coming in or on a Sunday with people going out. And consequently, during construction, number one, and number two, once you get it built and people are in and out of there, how is that traffic going to be managed so that people can get into the outlets? People who live back in those areas can get back and forth to a freeway or whatever they need to do. And by the way, coming off the 215 going into the airport, so.
Yeah, and sorry, just maybe one more qualifying question. Is your question primarily about Las Vegas Boulevard or Las Vegas Boulevard and I-15?
Well, I would say specifically Las Vegas Boulevard where your signs are,
Okay.
where I'm assuming that people will be entering on and off.
Yeah, thank you. So Brightline West, and Adrian, if you need to add to this, you can, but they're planning to do with that where the new station is located, a traffic study. And based on that traffic study, they will have to ensure that the movement of people to their train station and out of their train station is sufficient, and that the Las Vegas Boulevard right there is a county road, so they will be performing that traffic study with the county. And any improvements that would need to take place on Las Vegas Boulevard would be between Brightline West and Clark County. As far as I-15 goes, NDOT has an active construction project from Blue Diamond to Sloan Road to add an additional lane in each direction to assist with better movement of people and goods from along that stretch. Adrian, anything you want to add to that?
No, nothing to add. You nailed it unless there's additional questions, but you're right. We'll be working closely with the county and are already on a transportation plan for that area.
All right, I'm not sure that totally makes me feel comfortable, but I'm hoping that the traffic study is done properly and not like some of the other traffic studies we've had where all of a sudden people can't get in and out. And with your permission, another concern, question, probably statement, is your picture of the rendering. This is the one that I'm talking about right here. This is all going to take place on the west side of Las Vegas Boulevard
East
between.
side. I'm sorry, east side.
West side.
No, it can't be on the east
West side of Las
side.
Vegas Boulevard, east side of I-15.
Right.
Yes,
So it's
I'm correct.
between Las Vegas Boulevard and I-15 on the west side.
Yeah.
So if you were actually on that piece of property looking south, you would not be looking at the strip. So this rendering isn't. You've got it backwards. So my suggestion would be that you fix this rendering for somebody like me who's been born and raised here and knows this city like the back of my hand.
So I think this picture is the rendering is the station, and it's a perspective of someone on the south side of the station looking north.
I-15 is on the left.
I-15's on the left. You're looking north towards the strip, and you're also looking over the proposed new station that is not yet constructed.
Okay, we can disagree, but I'm telling you this is not accurate, north, south, east, west. So we can go down there and we can stand there and we can look, but it needs to be fixed. Thanks.
Thank you. And maybe just to follow up, like as you're looking across this, Warm Springs runs east and west and it goes over the freeway, and you can see that in this image as well as you look north from the south side of that property. But we can discuss separately.
Thank you so much, Dad. The two natives up here looked at the two maps. I'm also a native, and we were comparing them, and we're like, one shows it on the east side of the freeway, one shows it on the west side.
It definitely needs to be fixed. Trust me on this one. You can't trust me on a lot of things, but this one you can trust me on.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll move to Assemblywoman Mosca.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations on the grant, and thank you for all your hard work. My question is really around accessibility for our community. Do you know an estimate price point of what tickets will be?
Yeah, I can take that. So keep in mind, we're several years away from opening, but the plan is that it will be approximately about $100 in each direction.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Assemblyman Hafen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I first want to take the opportunity to thank NDOT. The roads were clear coming over the pass, even though we got about 5 inches of snow. And so I want to say thank you for allowing me to get here on time. And I want to go back to the traffic study. I do want to stick to the state portion because I do have some concerns on Highway 160, the Blue Diamond Road, as you refer to it. It's currently in that area just west of I-15 at full build-out. We don't have any more additional road right-of-way to expand it any further, and it is, in my personal opinion, over capacity during the rush hour traffics and very, we'll just say, stressful getting to and from. And I do know that the DMV is proposing to use that as a route for their new CDL location. I believe the actual location is off of Cactus, but they're going to be directing their CDL traffic down to Highway 160. And so I know you said that it'll all be addressed in the traffic study. I obviously have some concerns there because I frequent that road. And so I just would ask that the traffic study not only include Highway 160 and the current issues that we currently have, but also look into the future and incorporate what the DMV is proposing with the CDL traffic that is coming in addition to this, so that whatever mitigation needs to be taken place can take place. I'm going to assume that alternative routes will be needed, but hopefully that can all be addressed during the traffic study. And I know I personally would like to see it when it becomes available, but that's just because it's the main thoroughfare for me to get in and out of Las Vegas. So if you have any statements on that, but I believe you already did, and I just want it on the record to try to address the state route, Highway 160.
Yeah, no additional statements. Thank you for your comment. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I need some latitude, or I'm asking for some latitude. So my first question is related to the slide. It doesn't have page numbers, but it has that NDOT costs will come out of the NDOT executive budget. So what are the reimbursement timelines associated with this?
Yeah, so I'll start here, and Adrian, if you need to add anything, feel free. But essentially, as Brightline West starts incurring costs, they're going to send a monthly invoice, and so that monthly invoice will come to NDOT. We'll process it to FRA, and then they will hopefully approve the invoice, send it back to NDOT, and we will distribute the funds back to Brightline West. So it will be on a monthly basis for the duration of the project.
Thank you for that. And then second question, construction debt, you listed, but I was looking in the backup. I don't see the grant, which I had more questions on the grant because I wanted to see like what you actually wrote and what clearly you guys, NDOT, was responsible for. But for the construction debt, how is this going to be structured? Is there any role of NDOT in the development of the construction debt or how it's layered?
So I'll answer that, and then Adrian will probably want to comment. Again, this project is being fully financed by Brightline West. NDOT is not directly contributing any funds towards the project. It is not an NDOT project. However, through the partnership, we applied to Federal Railroad Administration for this grant. NDOT essentially becomes a pass-through agency for those funds as Brightline West incurs cost, so that the $3 billion will be a reimbursable amount for them. Regarding how the rest of the financing is structured, I'll turn it over to Adrian.
Yeah, I would just summarize what Ryan said, and the entirety of the financing is our responsibility for Brightline West. As Ryan correctly noted, this application for a grant could only be done through a public entity, so we partnered, but the program allowed for private partners, so we partnered with NDOT as the applicant, but all of the dollars are our responsibility. So we're fortunate to have the receipt of the $3 billion from the federal government that will come through NDOT, and then we're responsible for raising the remainder of the financing, and we're in the process of doing that.
Madam Chair, can I have a follow-up? Because what I'm really trying to get at, so in no terms anywhere, the full faith and credit of the state is not on at all. Okay, I see you.
NDOT has not spent a dollar on this project to date that we haven't reimbursed, and that will continue to be the case through the entirety of this project.
Okay. So is there anything in the grant that allows for any kind of diversity around subcontracts, awards, jobs?
Yeah, very much so. In our part of our application was coming up with commitments throughout the entirety of the construction process to make sure that there's plenty of opportunity for. We have an entire workforce program that includes opportunities for DBEs and other. There's a full program that includes DBE participation, woman-owned participation, and every other disadvantaged entity to be part of the project.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, can I have one final question? So is that your own DBE plan, or is that plan from, okay, because.
It is our commitment to commit to that, and we're very much following what NDOT has as their guideline.
Really?
But it is our program that we have committed to.
That's what I was wondering, if you were following any of the guidelines that NDOT had around DBE, because that's always been a subject of historical discontent. And so I'm wondering if there's been an update, because there's been several disparity studies associated with NDOT contracts. There's been, several civil rights officers who've run through NDOT, and we've never actually found a clear positioning of DBE contracts and subcontracts awards. So if there's something new in the past 3 years, it would be very helpful to see what that looks like, because that has been something that I started to focus on in the early part of my career in the legislature from 2011 kind of forward, and I'm 14 years in at this point. So I want to know what that means.
I'll turn it back to Ryan in a minute, but from our behalf, I'd be happy to offer a follow-up meeting with Brightline, and I am not, this isn't my area of expertise, as you can tell, but I am happy to have a right person from Brightline West follow up with you for a follow-up conversation on it.
So I'll add to that as well. This is Ryan Wheeler. I've already witnessed Brightline West working with local companies as far as DBE opportunities. They do have a plan in place. They have been working with our civil rights team as well, and they are going above and beyond our requirements and above and beyond the Federal Railroad Administration requirements. Adrian's right. He has another counterpart that is handling this, and we've been in communications with them to make sure that there's diversified opportunities for many. There's also already a project labor agreement in place with the unions that they've already put in place as well, both in the state of California and in the state of Nevada. So this isn't like just brand new, let's start thinking about it. They've been thinking about it for the last 2 years and reaching out to DBEs and opportunities for them to be a part of this project. Tracy, anything that you wanted to add?
Actually, he did cover most of it. It is moving forward, the actual DB, this not outside of the commitments to the unions, and that we also have, it's about, it's between 8 and 9%, I'd have to look exactly, of $3 billion committed towards DBEs. That's a pretty large percentage when you consider the size of the project.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Neal. We'll go ahead and move up to Carson City with some questions from Senator Titus.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have first a statement, and then I'll have a question. I share the concerns of my colleagues regarding what are you going to do with the folks that you bring into Las Vegas. They're going to get off this rail, and how are you going to move them then throughout the city? Not just the locals going there to park and that interference, but you're just going to, because there's not stops on the way at the casino corridors or anything like that. So I have concerns there. That's just a statement. My question is actually a fiscal question, and I need some clarification. So you get a $3 billion grant from the federal government, but it's going to go into a non-executive budget category. And so will we actually get the $3 billion, or is the federal government going to hold on to that money? And then we're going to ask each time that Brightline gives us a bill, then we have to go to the federal government to then get reimbursed for that. And then I'm just wondering where that money is actually held, who gets the interest on that $3 billion, where does that go, why it's sitting there over the next 4 or 5 years. And then I add to that question, along the same questions that Senator Neal had, was who holds, this is way out in the future, it is may or may not really happen. I've been around long enough to see things go bankrupt and fail. And so who is going to be left holding that responsibility if this project then fails and doesn't go forward as we have seen in the past? So that's several questions in a row there. Thank you.
Yeah, so many questions. I think I'll handle 2, and then I'll kick the other question about mobilization after the train station to my counterpart, Adrian at Brightline West. So FRA will hold the funds, the total amount, and when we make the request for a certain portion of those funds, then that portion that has been requested will be brought into that non-executive budget, and we will pass that on to Brightline West. So just to clarify, the $3 billion doesn't come to the non-executive budget. There isn't interest being accumulated there. It's basically per request. So FRA holds the money. We make the request, they distribute the funds to the non-executive budget account, we send those to Brightline West. So hopefully that answers that question. The other question that you had on...
But let me just drop in clarify that if I might. So will you have to come back to IFC every time then you have, or will it be such that maybe staff can tell us, so that every time they submit their bill, you won't hopefully have to come back to IFC for us to get approval for you then to pay that?
Hello. So the idea would be that we would not have to come back to IFC for every bill, and that was the idea behind the non-executive budget account, that there were no appropriations needed, and we could keep things moving quickly, but we needed it to be separate so that there was transparency and you could see, everyone could see what's going on with that account.
This is Ryan. To answer your other question about who's responsible if the project fails. This is a private developer, Brightline West, coming into interstate right-of-way. So if they're unsuccessful and during constructing the project or operating the project and the finances don't work, it's ultimately their responsibility. NDOT has worked diligently with our Attorney General's office to make those points clear. and we have several agreements we've entered into, and we're also entering into additional agreements with FRA and Brightline West to make sure that that stays straight. And then I'll turn the question over to Adrian about the mobility around the station.
Yeah, and just to add, in terms of, we certainly don't anticipate the project to not move forward, but there are, we have, all the agreements that we have secured bonds in there for removal, if needed, of anything that's been built to date. So we have to put up a bond to remove everything that got built if, for whatever reason, as again, we fully expect the project to go through, but there is a protection there for the state in that regard as well. And
I think I need clarification on this, the previous statement about transparency and then not having to come back to us, because how is it transparent if they're going to bill NDOT and then NDOT pays it, and in this non-executive budget, you never come back to us to tell us, hey, we've just paid $50 million, et cetera. How will we have that transparency and the public have that transparency?
Sure, it's a great question. So this entirely is reimbursement. So it means we've paid the money out and we're showing you an invoice for what we've spent already. NDOT needs to review it. There'll actually be independent oversight by the Federal Railroad Administration that will also review it before it gets reimbursed. And we will get reimbursed basically 30 cents on the dollar, about a third of the cost. So we have to spend it before you put out any money.
But again, that doesn't answer my question. If NDOT is reimbursing, where do we, IFC, the oversight, know when that's being rolled? NDOT, are you going to be giving us a quarterly update on this project, or what will be the kind of the safeguards, or I should say the bumpers or the rail that will keep you within, so that we know how the progress is on this?
Right. So the oversight of the entirety of the program will be done through an entity called an independent engineer. That is typical in projects of this scale. And in this case, that independent engineer will serve two entities. It'll serve all the lenders on the project, as well as the Federal Railroad Administration. And they will write monthly reports that will speak to the progress of the project, note any issues with the project, make sure we're on budget, make sure we're on schedule, make sure we're meeting all the commitments that we're supposed to, make sure we're paying everybody that we're saying we're paying. So there will be an independent accountability that they will talk to us, but it will come from them each month and be passed on to NDOT for submission to the Federal Railroad Administration.
Felicia Denny for the record. I'd also like to add that if it is the desire of the committee, of course, we'd be happy to come back and present ongoing status reports. And also all of our books and records flow through the state financial system and the controller's office. And so they are available for review at any time. But we certainly, welcome any information or desires that you have to ensure that everyone's comfortable.
Thank you so much. With that,
Yeah, I was just going to say thank you. I was just going to hopefully that you would request, our chairs and our vice chairs would request those to be submitted to this committee. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, members, do we have any other questions for the presenters? It doesn't look like it. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, we are going to move on to agenda item C, which is the statement of IFC contingency account balance. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Leiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brody Leiser, Fiscal Analysis Division. I'll walk through the statement of IFC contingency account balance. The contingency account statement is in volume 1 of the meeting packet, but I do have some revised numbers that I'll present to the committee. So the total contingency account balance prior to the requests before the committee today totals $450,279,533.07. There are requests before the committee is on the agenda totaling $57,177,206. If each of the items are approved, that would leave a balance of $393,102,327.07. Of that amount, within the contingency account, the unrestricted general fund balance prior to the request before the committee today totals $24,054,697.72. There are 3 unrestricted general fund requests today that total $300,805. If each of those are approved, that would leave a balance in the unrestricted general fund of $23,753,892.72. The unrestricted highway fund, the balance, current balance is $1,638,068.35. There's one request on the agenda for $517,500. If that is approved as initially requested, that would leave a balance of $1,120,568.35. And the remaining balance within the contingency account is what we refer to as the restricted general fund and highway funds. The balance prior to any action today totals $424,586,767. There are 7 requests on the agenda requesting funds, the SB 231 funds. Those requests total $56,358,901. If each of those are approved, that would leave the restricted balance of $368,227,866. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Leiser regarding the statement of the IFC contingency account? It looks like we have a question from Senator Titus.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question, and thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, we're on the your spreadsheet there, it was a reversion to IFC of $803 million. Where did that reversion come from?
Madam Chair, this is Sarah Kaufman. May I respond to that?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reversion is based off of funds that were not utilized in the prior year. So then it was reverted back to the contingency account.
Is there somewhere where there's a breakdown on who didn't use those funds?
Yes, Senator Titus, we can provide you that information.
Great, thank you. I was looking, couldn't find it, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Doesn't look like we have any other questions. With that, we'll go ahead and move on to agenda item D. And with this item, we are going to go ahead and have the school districts come up and present their proposal. We will go ahead and start in alphabetical order today. And we will start with Churchill County. If Churchill County Superintendent or other representatives from the school district can make their way up to the podium, and feel free to begin when you're ready. And to move things along a little easier, what I would suggest is we're just basically seeking a summary of the school district's submitted plan and confirm that the school district's intent is to meet the provisions set forth in Senate Bill 231. And with that, please feel free to begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Darrell Parsons. I'm the superintendent for Churchill County School District. And the information we provided you for our plan for SB 231 is essentially we worked out and we were able to offer a 12.75% cost of living or increase to the base this year for our license association for our teachers and a 12% for our classified. We've also negotiated a 4% increase for both unions for next year on their base increase. Our plan would, and what we've done is I've worked with the associations. We've submitted the documentation where we have it in the agreements with them, and we've worked with them on the plan with the SB 231 funds, and they've been in this process. And essentially, what we want to do is we want to have for a 4.52% increase for this year, which we would pay if this is approved today. We will have it out on our payroll to the people where we want the money to go to on the 20th of this month. And it would be a 4.52% increase for this year. And then next year, we would have a 4.25% increase. And as we went through it, all the different options possible within the wording of SB 231, we and our associations felt that doing this and spreading it out evenly so it was the same percent increase for everyone was the best in our circumstances for our employees and for us. And as I stated, we appreciate this opportunity. We have worked very hard to try and meet all the requirements of SB 231. Our associations have been involved, and we're hopeful that we're able to have that money, have access to it, and we will have it out by the end of this month. That is, I guess, the overview that was asked for ours. If there are questions or whatever, this is my first time doing this, so let me know what I need to do.
You did a great job. You answered each of the highlighted points. And with that, members, do we have any questions for the Churchill School District regarding the SB 231 funds? I will turn it over to Majority Leader Canizero.
I've got too much stuff in front of my little button here. Thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate you coming here. And I just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page with respect to what was being proposed in terms of your increases. As I understand it, there's a 12.75 increase in the first year and then a 4% on top of that. And then the SB 231 funds represent another 4%. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, that is correct. It's an additional 4% on top of the increases that we've already provided. That's how we factor the numbers doing that.
Yeah, and from my perspective, I think one of the things is that we endeavored this last session to make sure that there was money. We brought all of you in to come and talk to us at length during session to talk about your budgets, to hear about some of the challenges that each of the school districts face. And I'm just really pleased to see that we continue to have plans brought forward where employees are being offered substantial increases. And that is kind of, I think, the whole point of what we were trying to accomplish this session. We know that all of our educational personnel provide a very necessary and deserving service. And so, when we're looking at this and it's 16% plus what we have in 231 funds. I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you and everyone in your school district is doing to help kids, and hopefully this is, something that is meaningful and will help to encourage and to keep our really awesome teachers here in Nevada. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And for purposes of time, what we will go ahead and do is make a motion regarding these various items after we hear from each of our school districts. So thank you for Churchill County for coming over today to present agenda item number 1. D1. We'll go ahead and move to agenda item D2 and have Elko County come up. And I understand, in addition to those items that we wanted highlighted, if you can also address and give us some more background. We understand you've presented 2 options to IFC today.
Hello, my name is Clayton Anderson, Superintendent of Elko County School District. Thanks for having me and us here today. So a quick overview of ours, and yes, we did present 2 different options, and the reason we did so is because we watched the last one in December, and so our first, I guess some background, we in negotiations, we have an 8.5% increase this year for all of our certified and classified staff, and then a 2.5% for FY 24-25. So that comes to an 11% increase over the 2 years. And during our negotiations and prior to hearing the discussions at the meeting in December, with 100% unanimity between the unions and their representation within SEA and the district. It was actually their idea. The unions wanted to have it distributed because we received it in a FTE format, to equitably distribute that by FTE. And so we have 2 letters uploaded, one from the Elko County Classroom Teachers Association, which is ECTA, and then the Elko County Classroom Support, EXO Support Staff Organization. And they both give their backing to doing it that way. And so, however, in the interest of making sure we don't have any more delay and making sure these wonderful funds that have been made available are distributed to our staff, we have also provided a second option where they are okay with going a percent route, an equitable percentage out to each of the staff members, but stating that their preference is to go with option number 1. But we'd rather not. Whichever one you're okay with. All right. So we're letting you know we would really love to do option 1 because and again, it was their idea. We were actually surprised when it was their idea to do it that way. We made sure they understood, and they were all on board with it. And so that's the explanation of how we got to there and why there are 2 options. So the first option, obviously, pretty mathematically simple, just the amount we're eligible for divided by the number of FTEs we have, and then back out PERS and fringe, and then the rest of that gets applied to the salary schedule at each level for each employee. And then option 2 would be shows the equitable percentages, and those percentages, when you look at those, you're going to say those are some pretty random percent numbers. CJ, what's going on there? And what went on there is we just played with the numbers until we found how to utilize every dollar available, and again, back out the PERS and the fringe, and then determine how much of that percent would go to the. So once you take out the fringe and the benefits from the 5.699 and 5.125 under option 2, the percentages are really more in the high 3 range. So that's how that all worked out. And one more time, I will remind you, we are most interested in option 1, but willing to go with option 2 if that is the will of the committee. Any questions?
Thank you so much for your explanation. With that, we do have a couple questions from our committee. I will turn it over to Majority Leader Cannizzaro.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent, for being here and for making it very clear which option you all prefer. So,
no problem.
I wanted to address, I think, the reason why. You know what? If you can turn off your mic, because we're getting an echo back here, so turn off your mic unless you're talking, and I'll turn off my mic when I'm not talking, and I think that'll help. So I wanted to address just the reason why we are seeing 2 options here in front of us, and some of the questions that I've sort of asked since this last IFC hearing that we had in December. I think I was hopefully pretty clear. I think that's why we're seeing these 2 options, that it was not necessarily the intent of the bill, although it's not prohibited by the bill. And certainly how the funds were distributed to the school district probably lends itself to a per FTE amount. the purpose of the bill was sort of to help incentivize using money in the PCFP to provide raises to all of the folks who work in your school district, and then also to help supplement that with some funds that were then distributed per the school districts. And I think the intent was what we want to see are salaries and sort of compensation levels for each of these positions that reflect the total increase, right? And so it's part incentivizing to make sure we're actually seeing some raises, which I have to say overall that it's great, because we've had so many of these come before this committee, and I think that sometimes in the midst of the minutia of how it is these funds are being distributed, what is often ignored is that almost all of our school districts that have come before, well, all the school districts that have come before us, and almost all of our school districts in the state at this point are coming before us with significant raises for folks. And so I think the intent was to try to help build in the fact that we would have teaching professionals across the district start to see increases in sort of their base salaries. And so, that makes more sense as a percentage increase. But after some conversations, I think to me, I think that probably the way that the bill allocated the money certainly did lend itself to the dollar amount figures that you've put forward. Because it was allocated to the districts based on their employee counts, they got a certain amount of money. So I understand how you got to that point. So I have a couple of questions just about that first option. I think you sort of touched on a couple of these. The money that is if we were to go with option one, that is going to be given to your employees, is that going to be subject to PERS so that they're earning credit on that amount?
Yes.
Great. And then how are you, is this sort of a separate amount of money that they will get in a separate check? Is it a line item when they see their pay stub that this is an additional amount, or is it just sort of built into their compensation for that pay period?
Thank you for the question. No, it will not. So yes and no. Yes, in their contract, it will state where money is coming from, which fund they're being paid out of, so to speak. But then when it comes to the actual distribution of their paycheck, it's all in one. It's not separated out by line item. It is just this is what their new salary is, and that is how it will be presented in their paycheck.
Okay, and I think that's helpful. I guess my request to you is that as we move forward and we start talking in this next session about, money that's going to go towards education and ensuring that we're continuing to pay all of our folks who work in these school districts. I know that you're talking about this sort of payment of a particular amount, but is that something that if we could find a mechanism to do, you would sort of just build in then to what that particular salary is, such that it really is an increase in salary and not just a lump sum bonus payment, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak for myself, and I would bet that the majority of the superintendents would agree with this statement, but we would love to make sure there's a permanent mechanism for this to always be available. Yeah, that would be awesome. And in our case, we are making sure we're not just, divvying up this, let's just go with the 6,533.92 over X number of months and putting that into each paycheck. We are putting that sum in the year it's being distributed towards the steps on our salary schedule. So it's not like this asterisk on the salary schedule. It will be a new number, which is why it'll be paid out that way. And again, super awesome if during the next legislative session we could find a permanent mechanism. That would be fantastic.
No, and I do appreciate that because I do think that that's sort of what at least the point I was trying to make at the last hearing, and why I wanted to get some additional information about some of the proposals before us that prompted us to have these two options today, was that really the intent of this was to start helping to build additional monies into those salaries, so that on a going forward basis, we kind of know what that costs to pay those positions, and not just as this is what the position pays and here's a bonus that was given because we had some additional funds. And so that's where I think, Madam Chair, like my heartburn was certainly over some of the proposals and trying to get some additional information on that. And so I'm grateful for you answering my questions, because I think that helps us to understand that while we may need to do some tweaking, this is something that you all would be committed into helping to build into those salaries. And I think that's kind of the most important part from my perspective, because that's what we were really trying to do with this money, was to help to increase salaries overall and not just give out some additional monies. So I appreciate that. And I don't have, I think at this point, having been able to get those questions answered and seeing what you've put before us, for whatever it is worth, I don't have a lot of heartburn over option one, so long as we have the commitment that we'll continue to work together to make sure those are built into those salaries.
Thank you so much. We do have a comment question from Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. A great last name, Superintendent Anderson. I just wanted to say how much I appreciated you stressing that this came from discussions with the employee groups, and that this option one was from their wish, and how much you honor your employees in that way. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that I really appreciated how much you stressed that, and that the voices of the individuals were very much part of this discussion. So thank you so much for bringing that up. It was super awesome, to borrow a phrase that you used earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Assemblywoman Anderson. Do we have any other questions from any of our members for Superintendent Anderson? Okay. With that, like I had indicated, this is one of those agenda items that we will have to separate out, but we'll do that at the end from a vote from our committee, just because of the two options. Next, we will move on to agenda item D3, which is Lander County School District. If Lander County School District's representative can make their way up to the front and state your name for the record, that would be greatly appreciated, and feel free when you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Russ Klein. I'm Superintendent of Lander County. I am here as a repeat visitor. I just want to express my appreciation to the committee for letting me come back. Just to Majority Leader Canizaro's point, because we've done ours as a flat increase, and as I had stated last time, by doing it, my background is in finance, and by doing a flat increase, I get that front end up more than the back end, and it's in the 1 to 5 year employees that we're having such a hard time retaining them. So that's really where it's helped us to be able to get a bigger increase. But because it's a flat increase does not in any way imply that it's a bonus. So I just want to convey that it is flat. The district is matching $28.50 per teacher, and then the Senate Bill 231 brings in the other $28.50, so they get that $5,700 increase. But it's all wages, all PERS, all of that. So our proposal is what I had presented last time. We have 3 bodies to deal with: our certified teachers, our classified or support staff, and then we have fewer than a dozen people in the district office that are secretarial support, administrative assistants, things like that, and they don't have an association. So we are in final negotiations with our classified. We're not quite able to bring that portion of it yet. We have reached tentative agreement on 80% of the things in the negotiations, so we are inches away from that. But meanwhile, the certified teachers, they agreed from day one to go with this, as did our district office staff. So our proposal and request here is to approve that portion to allow us to begin paying our teachers and our district office, which we'll begin paying on the 25th of this month.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Klein, for your presentation. I will turn it over to Majority Leader Canizero.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Superintendent Klein. I appreciate you also taking the time to kind of walk me through your plan a little bit more, because again, I think I had some questions about exactly what was before us and wanted to make sure that we were sort of all on the same page. Again, understanding how you got to this sort of amount that is 50-50, the 231 funds, and then also district funds. But understanding that that is something that is going to be built into those salaries and something that is not being offered as sort of a bonus payment, but will be sort of built into those, and that, as I understand it, you two are committed to making sure that that does remain part of that overall compensation package for each of the employees.
And Russ Klein, for the record, again, if I could just make another clarification, the reason we're adding that second line item on the pay stub that we've talked about in multiple presentations is, as district staff, we're just very concerned that if in 2 years the legislature is not able to continue that piece, our employees are going to take a cut in pay. And so we just want to make it very clear that our portion is guaranteed, and that's in perpetuity into the future. But the only reason we even separate that is just because we know that you can only fund by a biennium. And so we're just, for transparency to the teachers, God forbid, it doesn't go there. That's the reason we've separated them as that separate line item.
Yes, and I appreciate that, and I also appreciate your recognition that we're always sort of in this position, right? The legislature is tasked; its primary task is to go into a legislative session and fund the state, including education, for a 2-year period. And so certainly we've all been in recent positions where, with the COVID pandemic, we had budget shortfalls and there were cuts made to various programs throughout the state as a function of us trying to balance the budget in light of decreased revenues throughout the state. So I think everybody is always, at least more recently, a little apprehensive about putting more money into things because we want to make sure that those monies still exist. I think I will say, at least on behalf of myself, that, I remain committed to making sure that education continues to get the funding that I think it deserves, including compensation for our wonderful employees who do such a great job. And so I appreciate your recognition of the fact that we are looking at a biennium, but also the commitment to making sure that if, we're all working together, I'm confident we'll be able to continue to pay our folks appropriately, and that you're willing to help build that into their salary basis. I think that gives me some more comfortability with the fact that the plan did include sort of that flat rate for all of the employees, kind of understanding exactly how you got to that, given the way that the funds were distributed. The second thing I just wanted to clarify, because I know you touched on this during your presentation as well, it sounds like there are some negotiations for folks that are very, very close. And so we would expect to see at least another presentation from you. And I'll again just sort of ask that in consideration of whatever may come before us, we're really talking about increasing those salaries overall and not sort of putting together a bonus structure, because that was not what the 231 funds were sort of meant for.
Russ Klein, for the record, and yes, even in those, without going into the negotiations too far, but we've taken the same direction on both parties. So absolutely wages. And to your point, Majority Leader Canizaro, I would just say that given the upcoming weekend in Vegas, we expect that our revenue should be healthy this next biennium, so we have every expectation as well.
Thank you so much, Majority Leader Canizero, and also Superintendent Klein. With that, do our members have any other questions for the superintendent? With that, we'll go ahead to move on to agenda item D4 and welcome Lincoln County School District up.
Good morning, Pam Teal, Lincoln County School District Superintendent. I'm with my finance, Ginger Shumway. I appreciate so much that you allowed us to come in on Zoom today. The weather was prohibitive. We've got significant snowfall, and so the road leading out of Lincoln County to Vegas was problematic this morning. So thank you for letting us come in by Zoom. Our proposal was sent in, and we'd worked with the group already around our proposal. The unions had already settled back this summer for 10% this current school year and 5% the next school year. And then the SB 231 funds above and beyond that would be 5.1% this year and 4.2% next year. And certainly, just as been stated in a couple of the other cases, the increase in the value of adding to the salaries for our hardworking teachers and staff is greatly appreciated. Well deserved, and finally we can start giving some of those funds. Questions for us?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Members, do we have any questions for the Lincoln County School District? I just wanted to follow up. I understood you just had indicated that you had reached a 10% increase for our educators. What was did you provide the increase for support staff?
Yes. The 10% was for all of the unions.
Okay, and that's just in year one. And with that, and so the 5.1% in fiscal year 2024 would apply to each educators and support personnel, as well as the 4.20% the following year. With that, and you had heard the questions posed previously of the other superintendents, is that anticipated to maintain as a part of their pay raise and not something that's like separated out as like a bonus? Rather, it's moving forward as an actual intended salary increase for the educators and support professionals?
Correct. So it will be distributed in their salary.
Thank you. With that, I will turn to the Majority Leader, Canizero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a paper on this computer of mine that is sideways, and so it's presenting some issues with trying to read it and make sure I'm on the right line. As I understand it, in your proposal with all of the inclusions, there's a 5.1% increase in year one and then 4.2 in year two. Your 231 funds were not, yours are a percentage, a COLA percentage. Is that correct?
So it would be above and beyond the 10% and the 5% that we negotiated with the unions.
Right. And you're doing that, though, as a percentage increase, not the flat payment.
Correct. It was the percentage. And that's how we got the 5.1 and the 4.2 over those 2 years.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much.
Members, do we have any other questions for Lincoln County School District? Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Just to verify, this decision was made with employee input through the bargaining process or through an MOU. I see the documentation under 28-3 on page 203 of our documents, but I just want to make sure there was, in fact, employee discussion about utilizing it in this fashion.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
With both.
Thank you so much. I believe that is the rest of the questions we have for you. And with that, we'll go ahead and...
Madam Chair?
Oh, thank you. I didn't have your screen up. We'll go to Senator Titus.
So thank you. Just a clarification, Superintendent, you mentioned that this raise was agreed to by all the unions, but all your employees will get this raise, correct? Even if they're non-union members?
Oh, correct. Even though, I mean, the CBA is privy to the union members, but it's privy to every employee that sits in that classification.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And is there anyone else online that has any questions for Lincoln County? Okay, I don't see any hand raises, so we will go ahead and close agenda item D4. And obviously defer to the end for a vote on that agenda item, and we'll open it up for agenda item D5. Oops, yes, and invite Lyon County up to the podium. And please state your name and then begin when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Harmon Baines. I'm the Director of Operations for Lyon County School District. With me, we have Lyon County School District Board President Phil Cooey, Fiscal Services Officer Kyle Rodriguez, and Executive Director of Human Resources, Don Huckabee. In the back, as support, we ran out of chairs up here trying to fill Mr. Workman's shoes. We have Board Clerk Bridget Peterson. We're very grateful for the opportunity to present our plan again, and we are requesting the entire allocation of SB 231 funds. We're excited. We're hoping this body approves us. We are also, like Lander County, repeat guests here. And if approved, we are ready to roll and begin the distribution of these funds this month. At the December IFC meeting, this body elected to defer approval of our plan, allowing this committee to ask more questions and have further conversation to better understand our plan. We are very grateful for those who reached out. We believe those conversations were very promising and productive. And they cleared up a lot of misinformation that's been shared and continues to be purposefully shared, in our opinion, regarding our plan. Lyon County School District has successfully negotiated this past summer with both, we have three unions, we have three associations, administrators, certified and classified. All three were successfully negotiated, but for the sake of SB 231 funds for certified and classified, we were able to successfully negotiate, and both bargaining groups for the biennium received a 14.5% cost of living increase. This is in addition to their PERS, which was also increased, and the district has consumed that cost. Within both agreements, we also negotiated specific language for SB 231 funds. This is the same language that has been used by several school districts statewide, and this is the same language that this body has approved other school districts for back in October and at the December IFC meetings. Lyon County has held firm to the language that was written, and we're hoping that the body understands that. Due to our plan being deferred, I know you have the numbers in front of you. There was a slight change to the figures. All eligible employees have gotten a little bit of a bigger bump now since we are down to 17 months and at $385 a month for 17 straight months. At the December meeting, there was also some confusion or misinformation regarding this being a bonus or a one-time payment. Absolutely, this is not a bonus or a one-time payment. This has been confirmed several times that all SB 231 funds will be an increase to base wages and therefore is PERS eligible. I'm going to go ahead and now pass this over to our board president, Phil Cooey, who also would like to say a couple things.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Phil Cooey. I'm the Lyon County School Board president, and I think after hearing some of the testimony today, it's kind of important somewhat to clear up the record and talk about how this plan was approved by our board. It's also to note that we also approve the negotiated agreements, so that's also a board decision. So as a board, you know, when I try to make a decision, I try to take the best information I have and base that. So we took two plans that the district had presented to us. Me personally, and I can only speak for myself, not the rest of the board, but I did take SB 231. I read it multiple times, and it's fairly clear that the money was allocated based on an FTE to our employees, that it was not based on wages, that if the that if SB 231 really wanted money to be based on wages, that would have been how it would have been allocated, but it was very clearly allocated on an FTE. So going back to our negotiated agreement and what was negotiated between the unions was to say that as we received SB 231 money, that we would follow the law. So the law is very clear in how it came out. For me, and I think Mr. Workman expressed this the last time, that we value all of our employees equally. I think on the time that I've been on the board, we've also, it's not only teachers that make the district go, but it's also bus drivers, support personnel, operations and maintenance personnel. Seems like we get more complaints when a bus is late or a classroom's hot than we ever do about a teacher in the classroom. So with that, I believe you guys have also got letters of support from our Lyon County Classified Employee Association. And it's also interesting to note that the LCEA at our board meeting stated no objection to the plan that came before the board. So that's kind of come afterwards. The process that we used was not unique. We have allocated ESSER funds to all of our employee units in the past. I believe that came out 2 separate times. And we allocated those based on an FTE as well. Obviously, and I don't really want to harp on this too much, but there was a letter that came out at the 11th hour last night from the NSEA trying to kind of muddy the waters on what our plan was and wasn't. I think that, they obviously tried to bully the members of this committee, and I don't think that the information was correct. At this point, I think all we're looking for from Lyon County School District is, basically a vote in the affirmative so that we can immediately start getting this money out to our employee groups. They've been asking for it. And I just conferred with another board member here to ask her if she has heard any objection from any teachers in Lyon County School District. And to date, I have absolutely had 0 complaints of the way that we allocated that funding to teachers. So I think that they value, the classified support personnel that they work with as well. And like I said, I haven't had any complaints. So with that, I will end my testimony.
That's good. Open up questions.
Are you all ready for questions at this point?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Cooey, I just had a quick question, or not sure which one of you all could answer it, but you did indicate that the SB 231 funds were consistent with the collective bargaining agreements. Would you also, for the record, also agree that those funds were negotiated in accordance with NRS 288 then as well?
For the record, Don Huckabee, Executive Director of HR for Lyon County School District. And is the question if it's in the collective bargaining agreement? Just to clarify.
No, absolutely. I welcome that. What had happened was, I believe, and maybe I misheard, in the first part of the testimony presented that the collective bargaining agreements were entered, and in here it was anticipated to address SB 231 funds, but I'm just kind of looking through that quickly and didn't see anything directly on point other than negotiations just being consistent with NRS 288. And so just for clarification, I was just following up to make sure that the SB 231 salary negotiations were consistent with NRS 288.
That's correct.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. With that, I have questions. Do I have any questions from any of our other members today? Oh, I will go to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I want to make sure it's clear that I do believe that you all care about your employees, all of them, okay, whether they are licensed educators, licensed teachers, or bus drivers, counselors, or administrators. So I just want to put that out there. But there were some statements made earlier that are concerning to me. And one of them has to do with the fact that possibly the superintendent gave the impression that employees were expected to write letters. I did receive 5 letters at least in early January. Of those letters, 4 of them told me that how they were being treated was not right, and that they were in support of not approving these. So I just want to make sure that's clear. But that statement was made during public comment. Would you like to comment on that? Because I know that that is not a procedure that is usually used, where management basically tells workers, you need to write a letter. Could you please respond to that statement?
Harmon Baines, for the record. Assemblywoman Anderson, I don't want to speak for Superintendent Workman and his intent with that, but he was being inundated after that December IFC meeting with how can we support this? What a lot of our staff was reaching out to him asking, how can we support this? How can we get this to push along? It was unfortunately not in his hands, and therefore he expressed his opinion to staff and to administrators to say, hey, it is the ultimate approval lands on this body in front of us today, the Interim Finance Committee, so it'd be of your best interest to reach out to them. So that is, to the best of my knowledge, the intention from Superintendent Workman on that letter.
Thank you. If I may have a follow-up, Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Because somebody did send me what the communication states, and it basically was an expectation for principals then to turn around and tell him how many people had written those letters. And so that's where a large part of my concern comes from right now as somebody that works for somebody else. So that's number one. Number two, I am also very concerned with the fact that the bargaining agent did reach out following our meeting to ask for a discussion to take place. That discussion was denied. May I please have a little bit more information as to why that decision was made? Because I think I've made it pretty clear that I'm pretty much about employee rights and that they should be able to have a chance to speak. So the decision was made not to have a discussion regarding this and instead utilize, I believe what was stated earlier as the zipper clause.
Thank you. For the record, Don Huckabee, Lyon County School District Executive Director of HR. To be fair, the Lyon County School District had not been reached out to by LCEA in regards to requesting bargaining until much later, specifically 12/28. So when the board made its decision in regards to the 2 plans, Plan 1 and Plan 2, there was no request for bargaining at that time. There was no request for bargaining or coming back to the table before the initial IFC meeting where we presented on December 13th. It wasn't till December 28th that we received anything, and that was a letter for the demand for bargaining. And no one had ever reached out to me as Director of HR at any point of time from the date we tentatively agreed on the agreement until we received that letter on December 28th. And so, like I said, no one had reached out at all to us. That was all new to us at that point. And yes, that language is currently in the negotiated agreement.
Thank you so much for that clarification that it had to do with the timing issue is what it feels like. The dates that are being mentioned at this time feel a little bit too convenient for me when I take a look at the ask happened on the 28th, and then the date that was given to me of when the possible note to principals asking employees was very similar to that same date of the 28th. That might have been coincidental, but that is very concerning to me. And then finally, is there any new information that was presented today that is different than what was presented in our December meeting? Or is it simply the same information that has been presented?
Harmon Baines, for the record. The only change in our plan that is being presented is the fiscal change, which our employees would be getting a higher amount due to the change in months. But outside of that, no, the plan is the same.
Thank you so much for that clarification. And you also had mentioned that in your presentation. I forgot. I did not mention that. Thank you, Chair, for that much time. I do want to say I still am uncomfortable. I really do believe in the voices of the workers And so I'm very uncomfortable with this. But I also appreciate all 4 of you coming forward to bring it forward to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. With that, do we have any other questions from any other members of Lyon County? I will go to Senator Titus.
Madam Chair, I just want a clarification also on a statement that the superintendent sent these letters. I received a lot of contact, as obviously I represent Lyon County, and so a lot of the employees not knowing what to do, support staff in particular, requesting these funds be granted, were quite concerned about that. And I directed them to send letters and share with the committee what their concerns were. So I don't know about Superintendent Workman's direction to have them send letters, but I will tell you, when folks had reached out to me about what could they do to get these funds and help this committee know that they were in support of moving these funds, that I suggested they send letters to each member of this committee. So I just want to make sure there's a clarification there.
Thank you, Senator Titus. With that, members, do we have any other further questions? I will turn it over to Majority Leader Canizero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From the December meeting, my concerns stemmed from how the money was proposed to be distributed in this sort of amount to every employee. And we had some long conversations about that. I think my colleague from the north, if I remember correctly, Senator Severs-Gansert, had asked about it being PERS eligible, and you all and indicated that it was. And I had expressed that I still had some concerns about how that was being distributed, because again, that was not really the intent of how 231 was to be applied. But I understand, I think after some additional conversations, how everyone and some other folks also have gotten to that particular point. So a lot of my, I think, initial concern on this one was just how the money was being allocated. And so I want to start with just some questions on that. As I understand it, if you can just confirm, these are all PERS eligible amounts that are going to be part of this distribution of 231 funds.
Harmon Baines for the record. Yes.
Okay, great. So I did have a chance to speak with the superintendent to have him walk me through how this money was going to be given to employees. Some of the things we talked about at the last hearing was that this is going to be reflected on those paychecks as sort of an additional amount being paid each pay period to the employees. Is that still the plan as far as that part of it is concerned?
Harmon Baines for the record. Senators, yes, that is still part of the plan. It is going to be shared the same way it was shared in December.
And as I understand it, and I think, and I appreciate the Chair Monroe Moreno and the committee giving us all a bit more time to discuss the plan that was put forward and approved by the board. This calculation came because of how the funds were distributed and allocated through SB 231 on a FTE basis. I think we've heard the same sort of sentiment from some of these other districts.
Harmon Baines for the record, that is absolutely correct. Based on our understanding of SB 231, money was received on an FTE basis, and therefore the plan that we've created is to share on an FTE basis. So, yes.
No, and I appreciate the superintendent and I had a chance to talk, and he sort of walked me through how he got to that point, which I think was very helpful and gave me some additional information from the December meeting, where I think I was at least concerned that we were seeing these plans that felt like bonus payments when really the intent is that we're going to start increasing salaries. And I've talked a little bit about this today with some of the other districts, and did have an opportunity to talk with the superintendent and express to him that, again, I think our intent was that we were going to see increases in salaries for employees, and that was sort of what we were trying to get at, that the districts were going to use some of their PCFP money for salary increases. We were going to sort of match that with some 231 funds, and on the whole, folks would see that their overall compensation had sort of increased based on what the school district was doing, and then also the 231 funds. The superintendent indicated to me, and hopefully some of you can sort of reiterate this for us, because I do think that this is where I have a bit more comfortability, is that the intent is that this would sort of be part of that overall compensation. And as we move forward, that there is an intent to include that as an overall increase in the compensation and the individual salaries for each of the employees in the district.
Again, Harmon Baines for the record. Absolutely. Our intent is to increase salaries. And truthfully, like I believe Lander County Superintendent mentioned, this is going to be very important. The way we're distributing these funds as the same amount across the board is going to be really beneficial to our lowest earners, like those first, second, third year teachers that are on the bottom of the pay scale, earning the same amount of SB 231 funds as the ones at the very top, is going to really help recruit new teachers into our schools, especially out in the rural districts where it's tough, just like it is everywhere else. So it's not only a rural thing, but just like that's the goal.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate the commitment that as we work on making sure that there's appropriate funding for all of your positions as we get into the next legislative session, that we'll see that sort of become part of that overall compensation packages, and wouldn't be sort of this other bonus type payment, that it's something that really is designed to help increase that overall compensation, because I do think that that was the intent of what we were trying to accomplish, not only with putting additional money into education for the state as a whole, but also with respect to this particular bill to help incentivize those raises and then help to help increase them. I guess the next sort of part that I wanted to talk about, because I think first of all, it is unfortunate that we are here in this committee listening and trying to be asked to adjudicate what feels like labor disputes. That is not our job, frankly, as the interim finance committee. I think it's difficult when we get requests before this committee where we're hearing that there wasn't conversations or there weren't negotiations, and that, I think, puts us in a spot where we're now asking you a lot of these other questions about how this all kind of went down. I will say from my perspective that I received an email sometime in early January. It was not in December. It was well after the December meeting. That was a copy of legislators. I think it was everybody on this committee, from what I could tell, copied on an email that was a letter that was sent to Lyon County. That was the extent of any additional conversations on the negotiations front that I received. And then we also received some information from the superintendent that there had been some language included in a contract that was meant to address, from his perspective, 231 funds so that they would be allocated. And then I think yesterday afternoon, I was copied on yet another email of a letter that went out. And that's sort of the extent of the conversations that I have had on this issue surrounding your plan. My concerns from the last hearing were more directed at the plan and how those monies were being allocated, because to me it felt like the plan and throughout our conversation that it was more like a bonus structure. But I think after getting some additional information, I understand that that is not what you all are doing, and that's not what we were trying to do. And so we sort of have this commitment that you've talked to me about moving forward. I do not have a lot of concerns about how that plan relates to SB 231 funds or to district raises, or that we're all going to work together. And we've now heard from a couple of different, at least two other counties that sort of had similar, although not the same, similar implementation plans, and that I think we're all kind of on the same playing field when it comes to how we see this moving forward. I guess the difficulty for us is that now we're in the midst of this they said situation over contract negotiations. I guess two things. I have a couple of questions on this, and then I sort of tried to get a better idea, I think, of this as an issue before this committee, and was able to get some guidance from legal. So, Madam Chair, with your permission, maybe we could get some weigh-in from them as well.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay. I think my one question, I know you were waiting to sit down. You didn't walk in front of the camera. My one question on that was that this language, I guess, as we were sort of presented with it, was intended to get at the 231 funds, or was that just general language in a contract?
For the record, Don Huckabee, that is language that is in our current approved negotiated agreement. It was not specifically for 231 funds.
Okay. Okay, perfect. But I guess the other thing I think I heard, and I wanted to clarify, was that this plan had been proposed back in October, and what requests had been made prior to that, or once you discovered that you had a particular money amount of 231 funds, were there requests to bargain over that money, or was this something that you heard just at the last IFC meeting? I guess I'm just trying to get a very little bit of clarity on that piece.
Thank you for the question. For the record, Don Huckabee, as stated in my earlier testimony, the district had no knowledge of LCEA wanting to go back to the table to bargain this money until December 28th, which is 15 days after the December 13th IFC meeting. Nothing when the board had approved this in October, nothing in between, nothing until we received that letter on December 28th.
And I appreciate that. I think that's where I'm having some difficulty with this and why I sort of reached out to legal, because I wanted to kind of be aware of what this committee would kind of be getting into. We've heard allegations of unfair labor practices. We've heard that there should be negotiations. What is and is not subject to 288, what context or what effect language in a contract would have, what the intent of the parties were, and as someone who is not the legal counsel for this committee, I reached out to legal counsel to get a little bit more clarification on kind of what it is we're trying to deal with in a very short time period, because again, I think a lot of this sort of just pops up as we're walking into hearings. And so I asked for our legal counsel. I think I see Asher on our Zoom. So, Madam Chair, I think with your permission, I apologize, Mr. Killian is on our Zoom. If we could ask him to just kind of talk to the committee a little bit about what that looks like and where, we would even be able to adjudicate those types of concerns.
With that, we do see legal counsel, Mr. Killian, on there. I believe he's heard you and also probably received your question. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Killian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asher Killian, Legislative Counsel. So just briefly to cover this topic, SB 231 itself was agnostic as to the question of collective bargaining. Within the bill itself, it contains no requirement that the money appropriated by SB 231 for staff pay increases be collectively bargained. So the question is not before IFC for the approval of SB 231 money to evaluate whether it was collectively bargained or what the quality of that collective bargaining was, or whether any violations occurred during that collective bargaining process. That said, the statutes have to be read together in harmony. And Chapter 288 of NRS does provide a mechanism for collective bargaining for local governments. And under NRS 288-150, one of the mandatory subjects of collective bargaining is compensation. So the union generally would have the ability to request bargaining on any topic that's a mandatory topic of collective bargaining. And generally, under the law, they would have the ability to request that at any time, whether it's during the normal bargaining process or in the middle of the term of a bargaining agreement, if circumstances have changed to enable further bargaining on one of those topics of mandatory bargaining. Under NRS 288-270, subsection 1, paragraph E, it is a prohibited practice for the employer to refuse to bargain in good faith if the union has properly requested bargaining. And the recourse to determine whether a prohibited practice has occurred and what the consequences of that prohibited practice would be is for the affected party to file a complaint with the Government Employee Management Relations Board pursuant to NRS 288-280, and then to have the GEMRB resolve that complaint. Here, obviously, it's a fact-specific question, as the majority leader touched on. IFC is not privy to all the facts that may be relevant to this situation. IFC is not privy to what the positions of the parties were during the bargaining when the clause in question was agreed to, or what concessions may have been made in exchange for a clause that prohibits reopening the bargaining agreement during its term. And that's why the GMRB exists. The GMRB is a fact-finding body to perform those investigations, to adjudicate complaints, and to determine whether prohibited practices have occurred or not. That's simply not something that IFC is equipped to do, nor is IFC required to do it pursuant to SB 231 when determining whether to release money appropriated by that bill for pay raises or not. So generally, the short answer is there is a state body that exists to evaluate these kinds of complaints and determine whether prohibited actions have been taken, and that body isn't the IFC. I hope that's helpful. I tried to keep the employment law discussion to a minimum, but I'm happy to answer any additional questions the body may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Killian. Members, do we have any further questions for Mr. Killian or the presenters from Lyon County? With that, I thank both the presenters
Sure.
from, who's that? Go ahead.
So, sorry, trying to get my hand up there. Real quick, Mr. Killian. So just a clarification, based on SB 231, and this body could allocate the funds as requested by Lyon County, but that doesn't prohibit the bargaining units to then file a complaint if they still want to and be bargained. There's nothing that our decisions today will interfere with any of the process moving forward per the statutes already there for bargaining units. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Legislative Council. That's correct. Releasing this money pursuant to SB 231 to fund a plan does not prohibit the employee association from filing a complaint, and the EMRB from then ultimately may be changing the distribution of the money that has been released to the district. So there's no prohibition on this body acting today, nor does it preclude a complaint from being adjudicated by the EMRB in the future.
Right, and it doesn't then interfere with the future discussion based on our giving money that we're, have been asked to do per a statute that doesn't even mention, if you have said anything about collective bargaining, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Asher Killian, Legislative Council. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, I'll kind of look at the video. Do we have any other questions from any members that are on Zoom? Okay. With that, I'd like to thank Lyon County School District for presenting today, and also thank Mr. Killian for your responses to this. And we'll go ahead and move to agenda item D6, which is Story County. And when Story County School District is ready, please begin and also introduce each of your presenters. Thank you. And before we get started, I know there's a lot of people in the audience. I'm taking a look at the time. My goal is to finish the school districts in the near future and then go ahead and break for about 20, 30 minutes for lunch. And my goal was that would hopefully get done by noon. But so if those that are here that want to take a little bit longer lunch that aren't presenting, I anticipate that we'll probably return back here by like about 12:35 or so, depending when we finish with the school districts. And with that, I'll turn it over to Story County.
Thank you. Todd Hess, Superintendent, Story County School District. For the record, alongside me is Mr. Joe Girdner, our Human Resources Director. And proud to say that last night our board quickly moved to approve him to be our next superintendent in Story County School District. I will be retiring in June after a proud 30 years of serving Nevada students and their families. We're also fortunate that we have incredible relationships with our certified and classified groups. I talk to them every day. They're more friends than, I think sometimes they're more management and I'm more union, but we've worked hand in hand to negotiate these funds over the course of the summer. They were eager to sign off on it, all of our groups, and with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Joe Girdner, who has some speaking points for you.
Madam Chair, committee members, thank you for this opportunity. We really do appreciate it. As Mr. Hess said, my name is Joe Girdner. I'm the Human Resources Director for Story County School District. This summer, we entered into negotiations with our associations, and as Mr. Hess said, we have a fantastic relationship with both groups. And through that process, we agreed to for certified employees, a 7.5% COLA for the 23-24 school year, and a 2.5% COLA for the 24-25. For our classified employees, they will receive a 2.5% for this school year, 23-24, and a 2.5% for 24-25 school year. Negotiations with both groups concluded on August 23rd. Of this last year. And I want to address why certified employees received more than classified employees this year. The reason for that is that last year we had a critical shortage in our bus drivers and other classified positions and gave significant increases during last school year for all of our classified groups. What we did was we removed the first 4 steps on our salary schedule, which bumped all of our employees up between 11 and 14% last school year. So the purpose of how we did raises this year was to make our increases for both groups equitable over the 3-year time period that the negotiated agreements would be in place. If Story County is approved for the requested SB 231 money, we would match the 7.5% and the 2.5% for certified, and we'd match the 2.5% and 2.5% for classified as well for this year and next year. I want to point out that over a 3-year time period, our certified employees and classified employees will receive a 20% raise during that time period, and that is including the SB 231 funds. So we are, as many people have mentioned, very hopeful that this is made permanent in the next biennium. If you approve the allocations of the SB 231 funds, we're prepared to start distributing the funds to our employees March 15th. Additionally, they will receive retroactive pay for the 2.5% going back to the beginning of the school year. They will receive this funding on their regular paychecks, so it will be PERS eligible. And we want to thank you for this opportunity to benefit all of our employees. It is a wonderful thing, so thank you.
Again, Todd Hess for the record. I'd also like to thank the Legislative Council Bureau. They were very instrumental in helping us compile all of these statistics. And with the great work that all of you do and what we do, I'm proud to be able to tell our families that Story County School District is fully staffed with what I feel like are very, very high quality people. With that, we thank you for your time and we'll entertain any questions.
Thank you so much. It's always nice for the end of the list to hear all the questions before and get them covered, but we may still have some questions for you from any of our members. At this time, I will turn it to Majority Leader Canizero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't have lengthy questions. I just wanted to kind of touch base on how much it sounds like from the letter that we had received from you, in total with some of the other, I think the steps on the classified schedules and things of that nature. It looks like we're looking at somewhere between an 11 to 14% increase in starting wages, plus these, you mentioned the COLAs for this, I think it was 7.5 and 2.5, and then 2.5 and 2.5. And so I, again, just wanted to commend you on, I think, being able to offer those increases for your employees. I think it's important, and I think that was absolutely what we were were trying to do with all of the efforts in the last legislative session. And so, anyway, I just wanted to confirm those amounts and again, just extend my thanks for the work that you do and certainly for being able to be here today to talk about giving folks some additional compensation.
You are correct, and thank you for your comment.
Thank you so much. With that, members, do we have any further questions from Story County School District? I don't see any hands up or anything. So with that, I appreciate you, Story County School District, for coming and presenting today. And we will go ahead and move to agenda item D7, which is the Washoe County School District.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Interim Finance Committee. My name is Dr. Krista McNeil, and I am the Interim Superintendent for the Washoe County School District, and thank you for saving the best for last. First of all, we would like to thank the legislature. I am a native Nevadan, and the funding that you all have approved is historic. We have never been able to, and as a former teacher and a principal, we have never been able to have this type of funding for our schools. So once again, thank you on behalf of our Board of Trustees and all of our employees for the amount of funding. And yes, we do hope that we are able to continue this because it's important for our students. With me today, I have our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mark Mathers, who will walk through the details of our distribution of Senate Bill 231 monies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. McNeil. So I'm happy to report the district was able to reach an agreement with our certified, classified, unrepresented, and school police employees, and that's part of your packet. Those groups represent more than 95% of our eligible employees for SB 231 payments. We'll come back to you with the remaining groups that we are reaching agreements on. In fact, next Tuesday, we will have a collective bargaining agreement with our ProTech staff. So we'll come back to you for that. But I'm happy to report that for our certified staff, we were able to offer a cost of living adjustment of 14% in year one and 2% in year two. And for our classified staff and all other groups, slightly less than that, 13.2% in year one, and again, 2% in year two. We proposed with our associations to do an equal calculation on a percentage basis of SB 231 monies, and so preliminarily we had calculated that that would equate to a 4% cost equivalent to a cost of living adjustment for those groups. So combined with the per pupil funding we received from you, that allowed us to provide for those COLAs of 14% and 2% in years 1 and 2 for certified. Combined with that 4% 231 monies, we're talking about a 20% increase for our teachers over 2 years and 19.2% for all other employees. So this truly is life-changing and historic, as Dr. McNeil indicated, and we are truly appreciative of that. This was a time, I think, where employees, our Board of Trustees, the legislature, and our management were totally in sync and aligned on the need to address really long-standing compensation wage gaps that we've had, and this goes a tremendous way to covering that. So we, again, consulted and received approval from our employees associations on this equal percentage approach, and we've continued to speak with them about that, and they're in agreement on that approach. These are PERS compensable costs, and these will go after a retroactive payment made back to July 1. These SB 231 payments will be made on a monthly basis to eligible employees. So again, thank you very much.
And thank you so much for your kind statements for a successful legislative session that we had for education funding. With that, I will open it to our members to ask any questions, and we'll start with Majority Leader Canizero.
First of all, I have been waiting for this presentation, and it just makes my heart happy. I love that we're having so many of these school districts come and bring plans and really, I think, show that there is a willingness to compensate all of the folks who work in our school districts, who give kids a chance and an opportunity. For me, I have to say that I've worked with you both and with your predecessor since the during the legislative session, since the legislative session, and it has been a true pleasure, and how I think everyone should approach working with the legislature and to help make this happen. And you've just done a phenomenal, above the line job. To be sitting in a IFC meeting to hear that we have 20% and 19.2% raises going to our teachers and support staff it's frankly overwhelming. I think, especially for me, and I'll take a little point of personal privilege. You know, I'm the first person to graduate from high school, the first person to have any sort of opportunity at a post-high school anything. And that was only because I was able to get a very good education from teachers and staff who cared about me and made sure that a kid like me didn't slip through the cracks and was able to achieve. When you work, I think, and when we all work to make sure that we're valuing those folks who are giving opportunities to kids, because that's what you're doing when you provide them with an education, is giving them an opportunity. That is something that you cannot, that I have difficulty putting into words, and that I think we have difficulty being able to say, we're going to compensate people at an amount that makes a difference. But I do think that when we've seen all of you at Washoe County do such a phenomenal job, it gives me a lot of hope for kids. It gives me a lot of hope for education. It gives me hope for my own kids. And so, I have been waiting so long to have you all here. For those of you on the committee, Washoe County reached out during session to talk about how this would work, what would that be like. Of course, they came before all of us as we call in all the school districts to get a better sense of the challenges and some of the things they were dealing with. But throughout the session, were very helpful in helping to make 231 a possibility, and so that it would be functional for school districts. Since then, have reached out every time they had a question, every time they wanted some clarification on things. We've been able to work with our amazing staff at LCB to get them those answers, and they were really diligent about putting together a plan, and then even coming to many of us and briefing us on what we were going to hear today, so that we would know exactly what they've worked on. And I think some of the things that I appreciate their short presentation, but I'm going to just talk about, we discussed that there had been a point, I think, where there was some discrepancy in some of the numbers, and the school district made it their priority to make sure that what they had promised to their employee groups in terms of a percentage raise, that they made up that difference, even though the funds from the 231 weren't going to quite get there. I think it was 3.85, if I'm remembering correctly, and you made up that difference to make sure that it was 4, because that's what you had agreed to. I appreciate that you have been partners in this. I appreciate that you have been willing to bring your concerns, and that hopefully we've been able to address them, and also your commitment to making sure that you are a district of your word and that you're putting your focus on your employees. I could not be more thrilled with what you've not only been able to accomplish, and that's certainly not to diminish the work of some of these other districts that have brought forward their plans. And I know that Washoe is in a unique position to be able to offer this level of compensation. But I think it bears, and I appreciate the time, Madam Chair, I think it bears recognition for overall doing a fantastic job of partnering together and then demonstrating what can be done and what is achievable when we all see ourselves as partners committed towards education and children opportunities and all these things that I know that you all certainly value. And so I mostly, Madam Chair, just wanted to say thank you and to just commend the folks at Washoe County for doing a truly fantastic job and being great partners throughout this entire process to work with.
Thank you. On that, any other members have any other questions for Washoe County School District? I also thank you for traveling down here to Las Vegas today for IFC. With that, we appreciate you, and we have finished each of the agenda items 1 through 7. And just because we have two items that we're going to pull out, the plan is to vote on the following school districts collectively. This would be agenda item D1, Churchill County School District, D3, Lander County School District, D4, Lincoln County School District, D6, Story County School District, and D7, Washoe County School District. Members, are there any of those listed school districts that you would wish to pull out to vote separately? For now, I already have D2, Elko County, and D5, Lyon County that has been pulled out. Okay, I don't see any. May I have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank all the superintendents for being here and showing up and seeing the importance of this. And with that, I would make a motion for us to approve Churchill County, Lander County, Lincoln County, Story County, and Washoe County school districts for their allocation of Senate Bill 231 funds.
Thank you so much. I have a first from Senator Dondero Loop and a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. With that, those in support say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion passes. Next, we will move on to agenda item D2, and this is Elko County. And I believe that the motion we would be looking for would be to approve option number 1, which is presented as option number 1 by Elko County.
I thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to approve the Elko County School District's option to provide an equal payment amount of $3,267, including benefit costs per full-time equivalent teacher and school support staff in each year of the 23 to 25 biennium.
I have a first from Senator Dondero Loop and a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? With that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion carries. Last but not least, we will move on to D5, which is Lyon County, and I would accept a motion to approve Lyon County's request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would move to approve Lyon County School District's request for the allocation for Senate Bill 231 funds.
I have a first from Senator Dondero Loop and a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? With that, those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed say nay. Thank you. I have a nay from Assemblywoman Anderson. With that, the motion carries. And I just want to thank the superintendents for coming down or traveling to Carson City, and also those that have come and joined us both times. With that, it's now 12:15. We're going to go ahead and take a 20-minute lunch break. Depending on when our food gets here, we may be a little late, but my goal would hopefully that we will probably return by about 12:35-ish. We'll go ahead and call this IFC back to order. We are moving on to agenda item E1, and we'll welcome the Office of the Governor's Office for New Americans up. And please start when you're ready.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Chairwoman. Thank you for having us and for this invitation. My name is Vincent Navas, Senior Advisor here at the Governor's Office for New Americans, and with me is
Elena Guerra, for the record.
yes, and thank you all so much. If anything, we're here for the request of contingency funds, but I'll pass it over to Daniel Marlowe, which is up north, that will lead us in the explanation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Daniel Marlowe, Administrator for Administrative Services Division, Department of Administration. This is a request for IFC contingency funds for $21,880 to cover a shortfall in grant funding, basically a budgeting casualty through the process.
Thank you so much. Members, do we have any questions for either of our presenters? It doesn't look like it. I thank you for your presentation, and I do believe this item is one for approval. So that would be a motion to approve the allocation of $21,880 to cover a shortfall in grant revenue for the Office of New Americans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So moved.
We have a first from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? With that, those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go ahead and open up the agenda item E2 and welcome up the Department of Public Safety.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Christy Defer. I'm the Chief Fiscal Officer for the Department of Public Safety, and with me I have Chief John Lados, and he oversees the Dignitary Protection Division. We are here today to respectfully request an allocation of $85,175 in contingency funding to fund our projected in and out of state travel and operating expenses through the remainder of this fiscal year. And we are here to provide the committee any additional information and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Committee members, do we have any questions for the Department of Public Safety? Okay, this is another action item. So I would entertain a motion to approve the allocation of $85,175 to cover travel and operational costs associated with providing dignitary protection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So moved.
Thank you. I have a first from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? With that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion carries. We'll go ahead and move on to agenda item E3. And with that, we'll welcome the Department of Education up. We will also, along this, we'll hear E3, but we'll also take out of order M13, O, and S4. But we'll go ahead and start. Welcome, Ms. Peterson and Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Joan Ebert. I'm honored to serve as the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. For E3, the department is requesting $193,750 to fund the state longitudinal data system. This item we brought before you in December, and the ask was to go back and see if it could be funded out of federal dollars that were made available. We did get a response from the U.S. Department of Education that said no, that was not an allowable expense. And so with that information, we are back to you this afternoon requesting these funds.
With that, members, do we have any questions for agenda item E3? Okay, anyone I'm just looking for raised hands. It doesn't look like it. Okay, E3 is an action item, so I would entertain a motion to approve the allocation of $193,750 to fund an increase in the state longitudinal data system contract expenditure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So moved.
I have a first from Senator Dondera Loop and a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? It doesn't look like it. With that, those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion carries. With that, we'll go ahead and go out of order and move to agenda item M13.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Megan Peterson, Deputy Superintendent for the record. Before you today, we have agenda item M13. This is to provide additional authority in the amount of $562,369 for a new grant that the department has received to support work within the state longitudinal data system. And I am available for any questions.
Thank you so much. We do have some questions for you, and I will turn it over first to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the background information. So if I'm understanding correctly, there's been additional funds have been awarded to the statewide longitudinal data systems grant. Why this grant funding is not being proposed to support the two existing positions previously supported by the grant in lieu of the general fund appropriation that was approved by our last legislative session, kind of in anticipation, of the grant expiring and not being renewed.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson for the record. Those two positions that were funded through the enhancement with general fund dollars are supporting work that continues to support the ongoing maintenance and support of the work that has previously been done. And so this is a new grant that was not anticipated to be received at that time, but it is focusing on new areas and increasing capacity and understanding within our state system. So they are distinctly different focuses.
Thank you for that explanation. Then, so it's different focus, but then is there then going to be a need to continue to fund these new positions in the next legislative session, or are you going to need to come back to this body to continue to fund these two positions? Is that being anticipated or considered at this time?
Megan Peterson for the record, yes, it is anticipated that those positions will require ongoing funding and are will be part of the agency request budget.
Thank you. So there's a long-term plan for that. So then my other question, as looking through everything, it feels like the longitudinal data system, it's been asked a few times in different ways to be utilized. So can you maybe provide an overview of the enhanced financial reporting objectives for the new statewide longitudinal data system grant and how it differs from the previous objectives and the previous grants that have been utilized?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you for the question. Assemblywoman Anderson, we would like to have Director Glenn Myers, who's sitting in front of you in Carson City, answer that question.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Glenn Meyer. I'm the IT Director for the Nevada Department of Education. The prior SLDS grant was focused specifically on technical enhancements for the SLDS system. We implemented a new identity management system to enhance the security and the availability of the information contained in that system. We also moved our infrastructure for that system from a hosted internal system to a cloud-based system. So those were very technical enhancements. This grant, the 2023 grant, is specifically to expand our data system to include financial data. We're focusing on district-level financial data with the hopes that eventually we can get all the way down to the school level. And then we're using that data to correlate financial expenditures at the district level with school and student performance. So that's why it's so important that we get this data into our longitudinal system so it could then be reported. We also contribute data to the NPower system, which is the consolidated statewide system that also includes information from the Nevada System of Higher Education and the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation. And so having this fiscal data available to that system will also open that data up for further research and evaluation.
Thank you. And may I ask a follow-up, Chair?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So thank you so much for clarifying that it's allowing for other systems to be able to speak to each other, it feels like. So with that, is there increased security measures, especially since we're moving to the data system, to the cloud system, and also in lieu of what's happening around the nation now with more and more data breaches? Is that part of the longitudinal data system that is being considered, or is that going to be a separate entity that would need to be funded separately?
For the record, Glenn Meyer, that was the intent of the 2019 grant. So with the implementation of our new identity management system, we also greatly increased and enhanced the security mechanisms that support the longitudinal data system. And so this data will be able to take advantage of those same enhancements that we made with the 2019 grant. So no, we don't anticipate any additional security enhancements with this particular grant.
Thank you, and recognizing that this is also like a new world for all of us. Does the department anticipate, I guess, more work associated with this grant, which would create an ongoing need or expectation of more individuals to be hired by the Department of Ed that kind of justifies a need for a full-time position once the grant expires? Which I think I kind of asked earlier, but now let's just dig down and just make it specific.
Glenn Meyer, for the record. There is a request in this grant for one additional management analyst position. That position would be an ongoing position, and it would serve as a bridge between the technical IT office, the longitudinal data system, and our fiscal office at the department.
And I believe, Chair, this is my last question, maybe. Has the department kind of taken a look to see if there's any way to maybe revise the application to see if there's any way for us to utilize federal money in addition to this grant, or I guess to kind of tailor the duties and responsibilities so that we can utilize some other federal grants and not have to use general funds in the future for it?
I'm not the fiscal expert. However, I will say that the stipulations of the grant allow for funding for positions specifically for the grant purpose, but not for additional ongoing maintenance or operations of the systems that are built with that money. So I would say that as far as SLDS grant money goes, no, we have not looked at those avenues to fund those positions. There may be other federal funds that we could leverage to potentially fund those positions.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification and that much time, Chair. I know that on Monday, the Department of Ed also presented to our Interim Education Committee, spoke of how short-staffed it was, and so that's kind of a way for us to try to figure out how do we get more people in there and also utilize our money in the best way possible. So thank you very much for those answers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Assemblywoman Anderson. Any other questions from any of our other committee members? I don't believe I see any. With that, I would entertain a motion to approve the addition of $562,369 in federal statewide longitudinal data systems grant funds to expand and enhance the ability to collect and report on school-level finance data.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As stated, so moved.
With that, we have a first from Senator Don Darrow Loop and a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? Those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed say nay. The motion carries. With that, we can move on to agenda item O.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson for the record. With this request, we are requesting an authority for an advance from the Education Stabilization Account in approximately $735 million. As we put this request forward, this was presented as a worst-case scenario in the event that revenues are not received in a timely manner in order to make our monthly payments for the pupil-centered funding plan. We would equate it similar to a payday advance loan, and once those revenues come in, we would be able to return their funds, and at the end of the year, to the Education Stabilization Account. And I am available for any additional questions.
Members, do we have any questions? We have a question from Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the only question I had, because I was reading in the notes that if we were to approve O, by providing the full year temporary advance authority, the department, you wouldn't be required to return to the IFC for any future request for additional temporary advance authority. And I guess I want to talk about that a little bit. What is that, because that means something to me. Can you address that?
Megan Peterson for the record. The intent of this ask is to ensure that there's sufficient authority to be able to transfer any funds that are needed from the Education Stabilization Account to make a monthly payment for the pupil-centered funding plan. If the revenues and by virtue of an increase in enrollment should exceed this authority amount, we would need to come back and request additional authority to transfer the funds. But come time to make the payment, we will only transfer the amount necessary in order to make the full payment. Does that address your question?
It does a little bit. I guess, I just wondered about it because it seemed like the oversight was put in place for a reason, but I understand why you're going after that. But I think it just bothers me that any future request for additional temporary advance authority would not come back to IFC. And I guess, is that continuing, or is that just this fiscal year? Is that 24, 25, 26?
Megan Peterson for the record. So this advance request is specific to this fiscal year only. The reason that we are asking for this high amount is because the management of those revenues changes on a day-to-day basis. If you take, for example, property tax, and taxpayers paying those taxes can vary from month to month. And so by the time that it makes the funds make it to us, the amount that we would have to request would change. So in an effort to try and normalize what that request might look like and to cover any shortfall that might occur unexpectedly, we are requesting this amount in order to ensure timely payment to those school districts and charter schools.
Okay, thank you.
Members, do we have any further questions on this agenda item O? Okay. With that, this is also another action item. So I would accept a motion to approve this temporary advance from the Education Stabilization Account.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would so move on this agenda item.
I have a first from Senator Dondero Loop, a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. With that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. With that, the motion carries. Next, we will move on to S4, which is an informational item.
Yeah. Superintendent Ebert, for the record, we were asked questions in regard to the special education funding that was allocated during the last legislative session. So we did provide a response to this body on how those funds were allocated. So we stand ready to answer any questions that you may have.
We do, I'm going to accept some questions from our members, and I believe we have a question from Assemblywoman Gorlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you talk a little bit more about why the department included a one-time $1.5 million related to special education enrollment in excess of 13% from fiscal year 23 in the initial base funding for fiscal year 24?
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, yes. As was consistent with past practice since 2019, in order to maintain the maintenance of effort requirement that school districts are required to meet, we have included that funding in the base funding every year in order to assist in meeting that maintenance of effort. So this is a practice that has been in place since 2019.
Thank you very much.
We'll next go to Senator Severs-Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I had some conversations with our staff, and it's my understanding there was a change in the methodology that was used to determine what funding per pupil was going to be used for special ed. And with the way that it's presented, when you're rolling some money, some one-shot money into the base, and then you use the 2% roll-up, it increases the delta, the difference between what certain counties get for special ed, or the variance from the average. And so I know last session we all agreed, the legislature made a decision that we were going to add some additional funding to try to make sure that the average dollar per student for special ed was the same. So the average was the same across the board. And particularly there were several, I would think it was Clark County, might have been Lyon County, the Davidson Academy, and then of course the charter school district. Those were the ones that were below the average, and the intent of the money was to make sure that special ed students across the board, didn't matter which county they were in, were going to receive as close to the average as possible, recognizing that you kind of chase the average because when you have a certain amount of a pie or a certain portion of money and enrollment grows more rapidly for certain districts or for the charter school district, you have to cut it into smaller pieces, so the average will not always be exactly the same. But the methodology that you have used, according to some of the tables that we have, and there's one specifically that's at the bottom of it, our highlights, the difference between the average across the board and certain school districts and the charter schools are not the same. They're not converging because of the methodology you're using, and so I haven't been able to figure out why that is, why you're not using the money that was specifically directed to help students, all students, meet the average per student for special ed, why that's not happening. Thank you.
Megan Peterson for the record. So I do want to pause for a moment and address the commitment that we had made during legislative session, which is that we were going to be working with WestEd to review our special education funding allocation model and come back with recommendations to how we would address that moving forward. With that being said, the $1.5 million that's used for the 13%, while it's identified as one-shot funding, it is considered a maintenance of effort for our school districts. And so if we were not to include that in the base, we would be taking money away from those school districts in order to allocate any new dollars to those who were below. And so we maintained the methodology knowing that we are working on updating our allocation methodology with WestEd in the future. The struggle that you're seeing with those per pupil amounts and why they're decreasing is twofold. The first is because there are continual increases in special education growth within the school districts and the charter schools. And so as we address funding for special education in the state-sponsored charter schools, their enrollment increases at a higher rate. And because they're treated as an LEA themselves, their per pupil will decrease when you do an average calculation. So I think that that was a compounded issue that we saw this time when our enrollment grew by 5%, which we had been seeing a decline. And so while an investment was made, it wasn't sufficient in order to address the growth that was experienced at the LEA level for those charter schools. Over time, we do expect that this will change, but again, that is why we are working with WestEd to identify an appropriate way to manage this going forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, if I may. And so I had some discussions with our fiscal staff again. So Wayne Thorley, and I'd asked him specifically to put together the numbers per pupil. And what I can tell you is that the different school districts that I named, so Clark Lyon, Davidson Academy, and then the charter schools are off by about $270 per pupil for special ed if you do the math and you divide by the census. And again, the intent of the money was to try to catch them up. And so I don't know if our fiscal staff wants to review that any further. But the disparity has been growing when we specifically provided money to close that gap, even given what you just said about those students or the districts that are over the 13%. So I think we need to be able to balance this and bring those numbers together to make sure that there's the special ed students in any particular county or who are in charter schools are not at a disadvantage. Thank you.
And I'll go ahead at this time to echo Senator Sievers-Gansert's comments. Looking at those numbers, we were getting it off, and I know this is a lot of work, and you guys are trying to do what was our intended policy, so we appreciate all your work and working with WestEd, but we would probably just ask if you don't mind working with our fiscal staff to maybe see if we could drive that out so that the special education number does go up for those students in those 4 counties. We've been able to see the numbers at different light, so if you guys don't mind doing that, we would appreciate that. With that, do we have any additional questions from any of our other members of our committee? Okay. So, and that was just informational, other than the request to continue to work with our fiscal staff to take a look at those numbers. So we appreciate you, and I think we got done with all of your agenda items.
Actually, Chair, I do have
Thank
a question.
you very much.
Oh, what? Thank you. Go ahead and chime in, Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry that for my late ask. I'm so happy to hear about you realizing that there's a problem. Was also wondering if there's been any updates at all from the Commission on School Funding that might also be looking at this very issue as well. I didn't know if there was a subgroup, because I know right now they're discussing about having subgroups. They're taking a look at how exactly this number is being utilized, or if you're working with them, the Department of Ed, working with the Commission for School Funding on this issue. If there's any way to weigh in on that, either at this meeting or the next one.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Anderson. For the record, State Superintendent Joan Ebert. We are working with WestEd to finalize that report to get the information to the Commission on School Funding, so everyone will be looking at this information that's provided.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Assemblywoman Anderson. Thank you, Superintendent Ebert and Ms. Peterson for your presentation. And we can go and move back. We're now moving back to Agenda F, which is the request for allocation from the IFC contingency account, Highway Fund pursuant to NRS 353.268. And I believe it is going to be the Department of Motor Vehicles that will be joining us. So please feel free to start when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, I am Tanya Laney, the Deputy Director of the Nevada Department of Motor Vehicles. In December, our director, Julie Butler, came before this body to ask for contingency funding in the amount of $517,500 from the Highway Fund to fund a contract for a new queuing system for our field services budget. The contract was approved unanimously at the December Board of Examiners meeting, and we came forward to let you know about the intention of a pilot that we were conducting in our Reno and Fallon offices for the queuing system. And the body was not comfortable moving forward and approving the funding at that time based on the fact that we had not yet started the pilot and could not give a definitive answer on whether or not we thought the queuing system was going to be successful because we had not collected any data to date. I'm happy to have Renato Lara give you guys some information today to let you know how that pilot has been tracking to be deemed successful. We're super excited about that. And then also to let you know that we are amending our request of the Highway Fund contingency ask to a dollar amount of $453,383, which is a reduction of $64,117. And the reason for the reduction is we had some existing invoices that we had expected to come in through our current vendor on the queuing contract that came in lower than expected, and now we have that funding available, so we have reduced our ask. I am super excited to say one of the things that we have seen so far from this pilot that is very public-facing, that we can deem successful, is that our wait times in the Reno office went from a 6 to 8 week average to get in for an appointment to, as of today, as we were sitting in the back row, you can get into the Reno DMV in 2 weeks. So what we are trending in our new appointment system, it's doing exactly what our vendor told us it was going to do. And I have Renato Lara here, our Deputy Administrator of Field Services, who can give you additional data sets of what we've been tracking, where we think we will be able to deem this fully successful after our pilot.
So for the record, Renato Lara, Deputy Administrator for Field Services. So one of the functions that this new queuing system also has is we do have interaction with customers. So we did get feedback from them. So as of Friday, February 2nd, the Reno rating for that office is 4.3 out of 5 stars. And we also did expand our pilot to a rural office, which we're actually conducting it in the Fallon office also, at the recommendation of the committee. And I can tell you that that actually is at a rating of 4.6 out of 5, so that's actually higher than the Metro office. One of the other things that we have also been able to do with the communication aspect with our customers is that from January 8th, when we started the pilot, to February 2nd, we've had a total of 15,684 appointments. And based on the communication, customers have been able to cancel appointments totaled up to 4,522. So those are additional appointments real time that additional residents of Nevada can actually use those appointments to get into the DMV. So it's one of the benefits of this new queuing system. We also are able to utilize it for our walk-in. So up to date from January 8th to February 2nd, the total amount of walk-ins for the Reno DMV Metro office has been 6,478. And based off of this system, they can also cancel when they're there. So if they're like, oh, this is taking a little bit longer than expected, they can actually remove themselves out of the queue. So from that same time frame, we have 240 individuals that opted to leave and not, as in, stay in the queue, which could also allow space for additional individuals to come in on our walk-in Wednesdays also. And then just real quick on the Fallon DMV, so the total walk-ins from January 8th to February 2nd, 2,727 individuals. And out of those individuals, 52 had opted to cancel throughout that period, where they also opted to leave. And again, opening those slots, that's throughout that period also for these other individuals to come into the office at the Fallon DMV. And with that, I will open it to any additional questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We do have at least a couple questions from our members. I'll turn it first over to Senator Harris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has to do with determining the success of the pilot program. I noticed that you all are looking to determine the success by March 1st of this year, and that's about 4 to 5 days prior to the date that's in the contract to determine when the pilot program is a success. Could you tell us a little bit about why you are making the determination so early?
For the record, Renata Lara, I think at the time that was the initial intent to kind of have a set day just to have a tentatively rollout schedule for the rest of the DMV offices. But I can tell you at this time, we're still evaluating the pilots. And even though that was an intended day that we're looking at, we still feel that we still need to evaluate and gather more valuable data to really make a true determination on that. So again, that was just a tentative date that we're looking at potentially. We do have a go, no-go checklist that does encompasses a lot of elements, which has IT elements on that, scope of work, employee training. And then in each element, there is subcategories also on that, and we can definitely provide that to the committee to allow you guys to see what those subcategories are to every element that we do have. So we do have a process to evaluate the pilots going forward. So back to the original question, it was a tentative date that we're trying to see if it was doable. I just feel at this time we do have to stretch that out just a tad more, just to gather more valuable data to make that determination.
Just a quick follow-up, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. So am I understanding your response correctly in that March 1st, 2024 was aspirational and is likely not going to be the date at this point in which you determine success, and you might be a little bit closer now to the contract date of April 14th?
For the record, Renata Lara, that is correct. As we're still evaluating data, as we're getting it, but from some of the key highlights that you've seen, it really looks very promising. And again, we just want to do our due diligence and make sure that this is going to be successful, not only for the metro offices, but also for the rural offices.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Gogochiev.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just in response to that, it's hard to get worse, so especially in the rurals. And I'm not beating on you, but I'm just curious. You're talking about you're putting this in Fallon, and but probably as far as traffic-wise, Elk was probably one of the bigger hubs, and that's where I get a lot of calls from. So when can you help me out there, and when would you get this queuing in place in, say, Elko? Because I'm saying that once you get outside the urban areas, that's probably the biggest.
For the record, Renata Lara, so I can assure you that we'll get there as soon as we can. Again, I don't want to make any promises without really looking at the data. And again, we want to make sure that it's successful. But I can tell you that we're looking at a tentative date no later than May 1st.
I won't hold you to that, but I will write it down. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I just I appreciate that you're still being open and reviewing the data on the pilot program. And it did seem like you're very optimistic that it's moving forward. But just want to confirm, if the pilot program is a failure, I take it you're not going to enter into the contract, and the monies, if we approve today, would obviously revert back the additional funds.
Tanya Laney, for the record, that is 100% correct.
Thank you. With that, members, do we have any additional questions for the Department of Motor Vehicles? Perfect. With that, I would go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the revised amount of $453,383 from the contingency account.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So moved.
Thank you. We have a first from Senator John Darrow Loop, a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? With that, those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed say nay. The motion carries.
Thank you.
So as the agenda noted, agenda item G and H have been withdrawn. So that takes us to agenda item I, which is also withdrawn. J is also withdrawn. So we are now all the way moving to agenda item K, which is our American Rescue Plan Act coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. And we will have Mr. Leiser present on K1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Brody Leiser with the Fiscal Analysis Division. I'll walk through agenda item K1, the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund Obligations and Remaining Unobligated Balance. The table has been provided as a separate handout outside of the meeting packets. Members should have a hard copy. It's also available on the committee's meeting webpage listed under meeting material, agenda item K1. This table includes a high-level summary toward the top of page 1, demonstrating expenditures for fiscal years 2022 and 2023. The amounts currently authorized, including the request before the committee today, and the remaining unobligated balance. If all requests submitted for consideration today are approved, there would be approximately $24.6 million remaining unobligated. As a reminder, funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, must be expended by December 31st, 2026. In anticipation of a question around the unobligated authority, I would like to go ahead and provide some context around the difference between the amounts presented as unobligated funds of $24.6 million under the table presented under item K1 compared to the $38.8 million that's displayed as unobligated funds in the table that the GFO will present under item K2. That difference is mainly attributable to two areas. First is that the 15-day expeditious requests for funding under agenda item T were submitted on January 31st after the table presented under item K2 was submitted. So those items are reflected on K1, the table for K1, but not on the table for K2. And second, there are several program allocations in which the Governor's Finance Office has identified savings after reviewing the status of and spending plans in collaboration with state agencies. While the table prepared by the Governor's Finance Office and presented under item K2 reflects all of that projected savings, if authority still remains within the agency's approved budget associated with that projected savings, a work program revision would be required to remove the authority before we would reflect that savings on our table. We are working in collaboration with the Governor's Finance Office to ensure that the budget authority in the state accounting system is in sync with the information that's presented to the committee relating to these funds, and anticipate work programs will be submitted so that the existing budget authority associated with any savings can be removed and therefore made available for reallocation. There were a number of revisions to existing rows on the table following the December IFC meeting, and those are identified in red text in the notes column on the far right of the table. The revisions mainly fall under updates to reflect savings that have been confirmed with the Governor's Finance Office and in which authority does not exist or has been removed from the agency's budget. The items submitted for presentation to and or consideration by the committee today begin on page 24 of the table document. There are 4 requests for funding facilitated through 1 work program submitted under agenda item L and 5 work programs submitted as 15-day expeditious action items by the governor under agenda item T for consideration today, requesting the use or transfer of coronavirus state fiscal recovery funds. The items being presented to the committee today include requests to support capital projects, a replacement of a content management system, and funding to serve as matching funds for a grant application to support the Nevada Tech Hub. Madam Chair, that concludes my remarks, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Committee members, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Leiser on K1? Okay. With that, at this time, we will welcome up the Governor's Finance Office to present on Agenda Item K2.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Amy Stevenson, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Director for the Governor's Finance Office. Brody pretty much took my presentation, the differences, but I would like to point out there are a couple of differences in our spreadsheet that we submitted as compared to Brody's. I would like to notate that on the notes, 90% of our projects are obligated under the new Treasury guidance that was submitted in November. So that is exciting because that's the first hurdle, is to have it obligated per those rules by 12/31/24. So 90% of those projects have been obligated under that guidance. And then I stand ready for any questions because I feel like that's more of the presentation.
Thank you so much. Committee members, does anyone have any questions regarding the Governor's Finance Office presentation under item K2? We'll start with Assemblywoman Kazama.
Thank you. Do you see there'll be any issue in making sure that you meet the requirements to allocate the remaining 10% that hasn't been obligated by the end of '24?
Thank you for that. Through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Kasama, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. I do not, because we're in discussions with agencies now to figure out different ways to obligate it, but through the contract, third-party sub-grant agreement, or purchase order. We have given us an internal date by the end of this month, around February 23rd or around the end of this month, to, if they can't get it obligated, we're going to deobligate and put it to a project that is ready to go.
Excellent. Thank you.
And I have a couple more questions, but I just wanted to just highlight something or have you highlight something, because I know at the last IFC, we had just had that hearing right after the Department of Treasury came out with their ruling that certain administrative costs after a certain time period could no longer be included. So can you kind of just touch on, I understand you've like so kindly broke this out for us and on the last page, can you kind of explain what we're looking at?
Thank you. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. So in the Treasury ruling, there are some administrative costs if it's for monitoring or compliance, fiscal monitoring or compliance of the grant or subrecipient monitoring that could be paid for after the 12/31/24 obligation date. There is some other staff that we cannot pay for, if I'm understanding your question right. So there are currently 186 positions that are funded with ARPA. So 101 of those would be considered programmatic or not being able to be paid for with ARPA past the 12/31/24 allocation deadline. Of that, 39 of them are vacant, so we're not concerned about 39. We're just not going to fill. 62 of them, we are working with the agencies and I have agency representatives here too, I want to say, for a lot of this information, but we're working to either put them into contract positions if that is available or find other means for them. Did that answer your question?
It did. I just wanted to make sure because I knew it seemed like at our last hearing that quite became a kind of a little surprise to us when the Department of Treasury came out with that ruling. And so I appreciate that the offices looked into it, and we're looking forward so we don't lose out on that federal funding. With that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. So this was brought up to me from some of the food bank individuals, and I'm sorry I don't have exactly what line number it is on this chart, but it appears that there is a possibility of us to be able to get some money to help with the summer EBT food program, and this organization is being told, no, you cannot use ARPA funds for it, And yet, so I'm trying to figure out how exactly that matching funds, why it cannot be utilized by ARPA, and why it appears that our department had to actually use some of that money, or is in the process of trying to get that matching money so we can get the summer EBT program set up, which I recognize the summer EBT program was kind of part of the decision, I want to say in December, with the possibility of the federal government shut down and part of those agreements. So if you could explain that a little bit more as to why we cannot use the ARPA funds to create that for our matching funds.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Anderson. This was actually brought up to the Governor's Finance Office before this meeting, and I had asked for that information to be sent to me to be relooked at. I think that is a miscommunication. I don't know who they heard that from, so I am looking into that. I can get you an update for that as soon as I have that information from them.
Follow up, if I may, Chair. I'll just forge ahead until I get told no. So thank you so much. Understand that there's a lot going on in this 3-month period, but if you could share that with all of us on the committee, I think that'd be really important. And just because I know that the summer EBT program is incredibly important to our kids across the state, not just in one area. And so if there's a way for us to continue to allow for the reserves in our departments to be used for what they should be used for, when we have ARPA money, that's what it should be used for. Thank you so much for looking into that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any additional questions for Ms. Stevenson? Oh, Speaker Yeager, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And, not a question, but just a comment. I want to make sure that we're not sending a single dollar back to the federal government. And this, we've talked about it. It's a tricky time right now because we have to make sure it's obligated by the end of the year, but then it actually has to be spent. And we have a deadline coming up with the so-called PI bill where, we passed legislation that the governor signed to make sure that we're not sending anything back to the federal government. So being mindful that there's some additional savings and, what we're learning, not surprisingly, is some agencies were not able to accomplish what money was originally intended for. But as we think about how to reallocate, reobligate some of the savings, just really want to be mindful that the state agencies have to be able to spend that money after the end of this year, which they have about 2 years to do. And so obviously, as a legislature, we don't really know what's going on in terms of the agency's abilities to do that. So I know you're already doing this, but would just ask you to remind agencies to be really mindful that I would rather that they be conservative and say, we don't think we can get this spent, so that we are able to allocate that money out to some of our nonprofits in the community that are doing really good work. So I know this is a lot of moving parts, but I think we're all on the same page that we don't want to send a single dollar of this taxpayer money back to the federal government. So that's going to require some communication and some effort. So would just ask that we all be mindful of that moving forward.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other questions or comments from our committee members?
Madam Chair, Senator Garcia. I'm sorry, I didn't get to my assistant here. But anyway, I'm just, we had some discussion in the December meeting as well. And I hear my colleague down south, the speaker, talking about to reobligating maybe to some nonprofits. But we've got a number of, especially in the rurals, and I'm not going to just harp on the rurals, but local government projects that are shovel ready, as well as some nonprofits that are ready to move. What kind of time frame are we looking at? It's going to be extremely difficult if we don't have, we talked about this in December. I kind of thought maybe we'd be looking at some hard numbers in this meeting. I know we were looking at maybe another meeting later this month, but when are we going to have some hard numbers that we can, and then so we can go talk to people and see if we can get some funding in some of these other areas. Clearly, if they can't spend it, let's not hold it.
Thank you, sir. Through you, Madam Speaker, to Senator Gokachia. Be careful what you wish for. because April and June are going to be busy. I'm just going to tell you right now. Between Mr. Lizer and I de-obligating savings just to get it so that our books reconcile. But the governor's office does have a list of projects, shovel-ready projects, that we're also vetting right now, so that I mentioned earlier that by the end of February, if agencies cannot get their projects off the ground, we're going to de-obligate, and that's what we're going to give them or propose to give them to the shovel-ready projects, sir.
If I may, Madam Chair, I don't mind the work as long as there's a check. So thank you, ma'am.
Next, we will go to Majority Leader Canizero.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Stevenson. You just said something that sort of triggered a question in my brain, because you mentioned that by the end of February you might start to see some of these funds de-obligated if projects aren't kind of up and running. And so I guess what kind of does that timeline look like? Can you talk just a little bit more about that?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Canizero. So that is the 10% that's not obligated yet that are going to have a hard time obligating it. So by the end of February, we're going to know if they can get into a contract, if they can obligate and then if not, then that's where we're going to reallocate those.
Okay. I'm going to reiterate, I think, the point that the speaker was getting at, which is, we have deadlines coming up for trying to figure out how we allocate some of these funds. I understand there's shovel-ready projects, so we'll look forward to seeing some of that and hopefully working with your office and with the governor's office to figure out, how we obligate those funds. But there's a July deadline to start identifying these funds so that we can get them into these nonprofits. It is not a lot of time. It is not a lot of IFC hearings between now and then. And I think the more important point that needs to be stressed to every agency that I know none of us will be, we will not be happy, and I know we said this during the legislative session, but if an agency shows up to us for budget hearings during the next legislative session and they have been keeping these ARPA dollars knowing that they are not going to spend them because they were afraid of letting go of them so that they would lose them, I would rather sit in a budget hearing and listen to how we need to send in more funds, general funds, other funds to cover some of those places where they maybe let go of some funds and might need a few extra dollars, than sitting in a legislative hearing, listening to testimony like we did this last legislature, where we had folks coming in and saying, we have all these funds, they've been obligated, we've done nothing to move it along. We will not be happy. That is not going to reflect well on the governor's office, on those state agencies, if those funds are not identified for de-obligation so that we can actually spend them, and we have to end up setting them back because they're holding on to them. I know that's not me sort of directing that at you. That's so that everybody hears what we're saying, because we are trying to accomplish a goal of making sure those dollars get put to good use, and so we're not sending them back. Agencies holding on to them will not serve that purpose, and there will be a very unhappy legislature in every one of those budget hearings if those dollars are not de-obligated and sent back. So I very much appreciate, first of all, thank you for sending us this table ahead of time so that we could look at it. It makes it a lot easier to be able to sit up here and have these conversations. So thank you very much for your amazing work on that. I know you've been trying really hard to get all that information to us in a timely fashion, and I appreciate it. And just look forward to working with you and the governor's office to make sure we put these funds to good use.
I believe that is it. We think yep, you're done. So with that, we are going to move ahead in our agenda. We will take L a little bit later, and we are going to move on back to agenda item, under M, we are going to move to agenda item M3, and we will welcome the Office of the Governor, State Energy Office up. And please begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Jeannie Stillman, Deputy Director for the Governor's Office of Energy, for the record. I stand here ready with my team, who I am very proud of, and our representative, Kirsten Stasio, from the Nevada Clean Energy Fund to field any additional questions that the committee may have.
Well, with that, I know Assemblyman Watts has at least a question for you, so I will turn it over to him.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. First of all, I just want to say I'm really excited to see this coming forward. I know that the Office of Energy has been upfront. We asked earlier if you're going to pursue every federal funding opportunity you could, and you said you were, and here we are seeing some of those come forward, and I know that with some of those federal laws, there's a lot out there, and I know that your office has a lot of work to do to go after all that. So I just want to say I appreciate that, and also appreciate the partnership here with the Nevada Clean Energy Fund. We had just another meeting where we heard they helped bring $7 million into the state, and so glad that they can help you administer a couple million more. My question really was, when it comes to this, the energy efficiency revolving loan program, is there any estimate of how many small to medium-sized businesses in the state are projected to benefit as a result of this?
For the record, Brian Deem with the Governor's Office of Energy. We expect 4 loans per year for this to begin with. Although there is expectation for additional money going forward to increase. So this is 4 loans per year for this initial group.
Thank you very much.
And I just want to clarify, when you say 4 loans per year, that's only going to help out only like 4 businesses?
Brian Deem, for the record, yes, that is accurate. But again, it's better to look at it a little more like a pilot program where additional funds will be coming in from other grants and other sources to increase that number. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Members, do we have any other questions for the Office of Energy? With that, I would entertain a motion to approve the addition of the $1,043,290 in federal U.S. Department of Energy grant funds and the deletion of $71,500 in transfer from renewable energy funds to provide a revolving loan fund for energy efficiency projects.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So moved as stated.
With that, I have a first from Senator Don Darrell Loop and a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion carries. With that, hopefully the Office of Energy is still up there, because we're going to open the agenda item 4, which is Work Program C66854.
For the record, Deputy Director, Governor's Office of Energy, Jeannie Stoneman. I did forget to mention that I'm a longtime listener, first-time speaker, so I appreciate your kindness today and transparency in your questions. We do, to Assemblyman Watt's comments, intend to go after every dollar available to our office to aid all Nevadans, and I say that from the perspective of a native rural Nevadan gal. So, again, at this point, I will open the floor to my team to answer any additional questions you may have.
With that, I will turn it over to Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you very much. Here we are again. It's going to be a very similar question, but you're doing great, Deputy Director Stoneman. So with this program, I see that there's, a bulk of the funds are going to be used for grants to help with upgrades in some of our government buildings, facilities. But then there's also the loan loss reserve funds that are envisioned here. So again, kind of similar to the other question, any estimate on how many residents would be anticipated to benefit, particularly from that loan loss reserve program funding.
Brian Deem for the record. We anticipate approximately 340 households per year for this. Yes, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, do we have any other questions for the Office of Energy? Okay. With that, I would go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the addition of $1,767,140 in federal U.S. Department of Energy grant funds, and also the deletion of $61,923 and transfer from renewable energy funds to provide grants for energy efficiency and conservation.
Thank you very much. So moved as stated.
We have a motion from Senator John Darrell Loop, a second from Speaker Yeager. Is there any discussion on the motion? With that, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion carries. Next on our agenda is M33. And we would welcome the Taxi Cab Authority up for this.
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Park. I'm the interim administrator for the Taxi Cab Authority, and I know that we have some staff